which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Honey, you need to unmute. Honey, unmute yourself. Thank you. Just one moment, honey. Yes, if you could. Thank you. You can unmute now, honey, and all yours.
Allowing me. Okay. Hello, Global Namaste. You have Dr. Honey Kalaria here. I'd like to welcome you to our Healing Our Earth program. I know from whichever corner you are joining us from, whether it's a happy morning, a good afternoon, or a special evening, I just wanted to say thank you for joining us here today. We always start off with something very special, which is a little prayer. But before then, I just wanted to share with you that today we come together to celebrate the beauty of our planet and to reflect on our shared responsibility to preserve it for future generations. So World Environment Day reminds us that every action, no matter how small, can contribute to a healthier, greener, and more sustainable world. So as we face environmental challenges such as climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss, it's more important than ever to work together and kind of adopt an eco-friendly practice in our lives. So through awareness, innovation, and collective effort, as we're doing through our Healing Our Earth, we can create a positive impact on our environment. So we're delighted to have you join us here today for our special environment online program, where we'll be exploring inspiring ideas, hearing from experts and change makers, and discover practical ways to make a difference. So let's celebrate nature, inspire action, and renew our commitment to building a cleaner, greener future today. So happy Environment Day, and let me welcome the one and only Dr. Kailash Parekh ji. A global namaste to you, Kailash ji.
Global Namaste, Hanishi, and Global Namaste to everyone here today. Like you said, a very, very special day today, and it affects everybody in the world. And we're all here to share our experiences and little few words of wisdom, really, how to keep our environment healthy for the future generations. Thank you.
Absolutely. And we have the one and only, our Trupti Patelji, who's been doing a really amazing work for the world, whether it's for social work or whether it's protecting the environment. She is a change maker for definite. So global namaste to you, dear Trupti ji. Thank you for joining us here on Healing Our Earth. And we are very much looking forward to hearing what you have to share about the environment. So Trupti ji, please give us a little quick background about yourself and tell us what you'll be sharing today.
Okay, thank you. So there was a couple of topics that I wanted to talk about, either agriculture and environment and healing our earth, or transport. Yeah, and Neilji said to me that talk on transport. Now, as you all know, I'm a civil engineer, and I'm particularly retired as the associate director of environmental services from Salford City Council. But transport, so I have a master's in highways and transportation, and when I started working at London Borough of Ealing, those were the days where the car transport was considered as like a posh. Everybody wanted to drive and all that. And you can imagine that working in development control section, my first job was to do the design and build the car park. And the modal shift started changing afterwards. And I can say that very proudly that I'm one of the few engineers who actually started massive bus lane programs in London. And part of the Transport for London, in those days, it was the Greater London Council Transport Traffic Department. We did a project from Shepherd's Bush to Uxbridge, and being in London Borough of Ealing, that section, I managed that project management. Now, people would say that, why did you introduce bus lanes? Well, you think about it, that you got two people or single people carpooling just started at that time, traveling, using that road space. And if you have a bus, you have a 42 to 52 people, because in those days it was double-decker buses. So that project got all of us thinking in a completely different modal shapes. Now then came working about communities, how we can raise awareness about it, how we can get sort of like connect together the your bus timetable, your train timetables, and of course with London Underground, that was every 2 minutes or 3 minutes. So that was that need, as well as the school transport. And school transport was very, very important, because during school hours, morning and afternoon hours, the roads would get jam blocked. And there won't be any parking left, because there'll be double parking, quite a lot. So on some another day, we can catch up on different topics. But see, what comes to my mind is the ancient transport as well. If you think about it, how did we start thinking about it? Over 5,000 years ago, Sri Krishna Bhagavan had a chariot. And in those days, that was the means of transport. So you have horse-drawn carts, or you have the bullock-drawn carts. And until quite recently, until the modern transport has taken over, that was the means of transport in most of the rural world, most of the world. And it was very environmentally friendly. Now we come to the car, the pollution, and we all started thinking about it. How are we going to make integrated transport more even accessible to everybody, so that we create less pollution and keep our Mother Earth safe? Well, let me tell you one thing then, in that respect. If you think about it, that you want to go from A to B, and how are you gonna minimize using even public transport? So the UK Space Agency recently actually make it available for all the providers, all the service providers, facilities in terms of using their computers and using their facilities so that a normal person like us can travel with ease and with the full knowledge of how we're going to create that travel program from going from, say, London to Manchester or London to Edinburgh or whichever way. But isn't that amazing that the UK Space Agency has actually done that? Now, the second thing that comes to my mind very clearly is that last time, if you all recall, we talked about mandir, going to mandir, and how do we do different things and how they are scientific. Now, let me just share you a little example of my own experience. I was 2.5. My grandfather had a place in Nadia, the place in Gujarat. And it was my aunt, who's 12, 14 years older than me, got ready to go to school, but she had no school. So we all stood outside on the veranda. And there comes a big elephant leading the procession. And she gave me 1 anna to put it in his trunk. But what the vision I have behind that elephant is there were lots of horse-drawn carts, and then there were lots of people on the, if you all remember, on the Ambadi, there's on the Doli, the people who used to carry the infirm people. So those were those people. And then there were masses and masses of people walking. And what were they doing? They were doing jatra. So actually, padayatra, or the foot, traveling by foot to any religious places, was the norm in those days. Yeah, it was just amazing. And that scene I have is all the Bhagwa with the sadhu sadhis. And there were Jain sadhu sadhvis as well as the Buddhist sadhu sadhvis. So when you see Jain sadhu sadhvis in their whites, and masses of it, it took nearly an hour for them to go past our front doors. And that reminded me in thinking, why do we have this kind of urge to connect with each other? And that connectivity is needed for the society to function as well, isn't it? Because how would we then transport our old Silk Road and our businesses and everything? But today, I want to touch base on something that my institution, when we produce the magazine and when we touch base on Chartered Institute of Highways and Transportation, they touch base on lots of environmental issues and weather and how it affects our road systems and clogs our gullies and all that. But see, there is Transport for London did a research. And the Laura Daita is the lady who is heading that research. Now, we all think that the pollution is because of the vehicles and the gas that is used in there, so petrol or the diesel or whatever that we use, and that creates lots of emissions. And we should all go for EV, yeah. And I think my next car will be EV when I renew it. And it's a huge thing, these electrical vehicles. And I did work on a project on providing the charging stations across the country on a voluntary basis some years back. Now, we are totally oblivious to the emission, which is the new kind of emission that is also created by the burning of the tires, whether we brake or whether we normally travel on the roads, and the road surface. And in London, that is a huge, huge problem, to the point that they are actually thinking about it, how we can reduce that kind of emission. And the study is going on. If you then think about it, because tires are rubbers and they are inorganic materials. Road surface is bitumen, and that's inorganic material. And when that creates, it goes in the air, and it goes in the air, it goes in the water pollution. So it pollutes the water courses as well, because the surface water runs off into gullies. And from that gully, it joins, and it becomes the water course wherever it is going, in the rivers or wherever. So when we think about it, that wear and tear, so kind of tires that we need to think about it, and the kind of road surfaces that we need to think about it. And I heard there's a amazing initiative that is being going on in Bharat, in India as well, that they are how they are recycling and reusing some of those materials in the base course and in the wearing courses. So let's plan when we now do any new roads, when we do any new cycle lanes, any new public round areas, let's think about it, that how we're gonna not just do the QA, the environmental assessment on materials themselves. We also do like, how is one person going to go from A to B, and how are we going to make sure that the runoff, the resultant, the outcome of that project is not going to sort of like affect our Mother Earth, is extremely important. This whole modal shift, I'm coming back to this UK Space Agency giving this space. So when I was working, we would have meetings, we would go into different kind of all different modes of transport and decide into timetables on long distance coaches or trains or whatever, and work it out and try and get that sorted as a cohesive unit. But now with the use of AI, it will be amazing. And I'm telling you, when you look at projects like the solar energies and the wind energies, I'm a big fan of solar and hydro energy, because hydro energy is the one of the best kind of energy. As you know, many projects on the sea areas. Now, the first one, when I was at university, we had the Bhavnagar project, where the sea tides were used to produce the electricity, and that kind of projects. And as you know, that kind of projects also can be used for desalination of the water, for the drinking water, and in the areas where there is a sparse water for agriculture or other things. So transport is very good. And one more thing, I'm also advocate for, finally, for again going back to the ancient type of transports in ancient areas, because those kind of organic transport with utilizing your bullocks, the male, bovines, and utilizing in agriculture and reducing that will be amazing. But yes, so let's think about modern AI, space agency, what we are doing in, like particularly London, Manchester and all, and creating, before you use your car, think about it as well, that is not just diesel or petrol, is that 2.5 micrograms of that produces out of each brake and goes into air and hurts your lungs. Namaste.
Absolutely. Well, I think that was a fantastic presentation. And
Thank you.
Transportation, we don't really think about everything at the moment. We would think about, oh, let's plant trees, or let's clear plastic bottles, etc. But we must always also consider the importance of transportation.
Absolutely.
It's getting even more, I would say, jam-packed. Things are going. So I wanted to ask Dr. Kailashji, is there any questions that you have regarding the AI or the transportation side that you'd like to ask to Truptiji?
Okay, so thank you very much, Trupti. You've been an inspiration. Can I just say, acknowledge that Trupti Ben was the mastermind behind all the work that we did on the climate change, sort of providing, delivering training to all the organizations across the UK as well. So thank you, Trupti Ben, for your passion, your commitment to environment. Really greatly appreciate, and your knowledge about this transport. I was like mesmerized, with all this science behind, this transportation and AI. You talked about you talked about the travel plan, and that's something AI would be absolutely spot on with that. Can you just explain a little bit about how that would work, Trupti Ben?
Yes. Okay. So say that you got because the commodities market and the global freight, global freight is in enormous unimaginable portion. The containers that is loaded in from China, from say Sydney, or they come here from here to there. So what are they going to do is they're going to make sure that by using the UK Space Agency and maybe other countries, maybe they have made it available as well. So say a freight for our goods leave China at the moment, or say Visakhapatnam in Bharat, or the Kandla port, then they track it and make it available for the shortest route, where they can actually burn less fuel through the AI and through all the technologies that are available, and with the sea conditions and everything else, and how it arrives from A to B in reducing the environmental impact. I mean, I find that absolutely amazing. That we remember the days when we started programming. We started programming, and we used to write Fortran language, the program. So when I mentioned the bus lane, the traffic signals from Shepherd's Bush all the way to Uxbridge were all coordinated. And in order to coordinate them, we had to write the program in Fortran language. This is how old it is. But then it created like a platoon effect. And that platoon effect would be that you start from one traffic light to other traffic light, and another traffic light to another traffic light, and you stop. And that would then dissuade people from traveling in their cars, because people would get fed up, isn't it? And another thing that came as well in those days was the flexible working time. So you don't have those peak hour traffic jams, and you don't create that kind of pollutions. But it is amazing. And for the accessibility, Kailash Ben, is the use of AI for accessibility is amazing. I'll tell you why. Because if you look at it, in Japan, they have invented the the white sticks that people partially blinded carry. It's got AI in it, and it tells them that you walk straight, then you take a right turn. And believe you me, I sat in a wheelchair to try when I designed public realm works and helping with the Lowry Plaza. Then we actually did all these experiments. You imagine that in those days we didn't have this AI. Now we have AI. The partially blind or the blind person can walk quite happily with full knowledge that, oh, wait, don't cross the road. Oh, wait, the crossing is coming. The green man is signaling. This is the AI. And I think some other day we should talk about the ancient agriculture as well, in transport and agriculture and all that, isn't it?
This is amazing. Thank you so much, Trupti.
You're most welcome, Kailash Ben, for giving me chance, all of you. It's amazing to talk to all of you as well. And Nilbhai, and you all are doing wonderful job.
Thank you so much. Thank you for coming along.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure to have you. So please stay around, Trupti Ben, I'm sure.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much, Kailash Ben.
Thank you. Namaste.
Namaste.
So before I introduce my next guest, she's here, she's arrived, and just want to acknowledge that today we have proud grandparents who just joined, Julie and Colin, and they especially come on the first time because Sia Ram is going to be saying a few words about today's World Environment Day. And she's been working really hard. She was inspired from last week because she did a little dance last week for the kids' talent. And she said, "Mate, can I do something this week?" And I said, "Yeah, fine." And Neil Kumar was also very happy. He was very, very impressed with Sia Ram last week. So here she is. And so Sia Ram, would you like to come and introduce yourself? Well,
Namaste, Sia.
Namaste and global namaste.
So what have you got for us today?
A poem.
Yes. Yeah, go on.
Good.
Bees are beautiful.
Yeah.
Got home.
Yeah, go on. Where is it? Where's
At
the
home.
Oh, so you forgot it
I
at
can
home.
quickly write a book.
Yeah. Okay. Well, she's just putting some few notes together. She's been rushing this morning, so she's going to put this poem together. While she's doing that, I've got a few words to say about the environment. So if I may just share my thoughts for today's World Environment Day. So today on this World Environment Day, we come together not simply to celebrate nature, but to reflect on our responsibility to protect it. The air we breathe, the water we drink, the soil that grows our food, the forests that shelter life, and the oceans that sustain our climate are not limitless resources. They are precious gifts. They are the foundation of all the life on Earth. Mother Earth has cared for humanity for thousands of years. She has provided us with the beauty, abundance, and the conditions necessary for life to flourish. Yet today, she is asking something of us. She's asking for respect. She's asking for stewardship. She's asking for action. Around the world, we witness the consequences of environmental neglect, rising temperatures, extreme weather events, pollution, loss of biodiversity, shrinking forests, and growing pressure on natural resources. These challenges affect every nation, every community, and every family. They remind us that the health of humanity is inseparable from the health of our planet. But World Environment Day is not a day of despair. It is a day of hope. Hope is found in the choices that we make every day. So when we choose to conserve water, we protect one of the life's most precious resources. When we reduce unnecessary fuel consumptions, like Trupti Ben just talked about transport, we reduce the harmful emissions. When we avoid single-use plastics, we help protect our rivers, oceans, and wildlife. When we recycle, reuse, and repair, we reduce waste and preserve valuable resources. When we plant trees, which I know you, Honeyben, are very, very passionate about, protect green spaces and support sustainable practices, we invest in a healthier future. And perhaps most importantly, when we educate ourselves and our children and grandchildren, as we will hear Sia speaking later on, we plant seeds that will grow for our generations. Environmental responsibility begins not in government buildings or international conferences, but in our own homes, our schools, and our workplaces, on our daily habits. Every switch we turn off when not needed, every plastic bottle avoided, every drop of water saved, every item recycled, every tree planted, every child taught to care for nature. These actions may seem small, but together we create a powerful change. The future of the planet will not be shaped by a single grand gesture. It will be shaped by billions of conscious decisions made by ordinary people who understand that protecting the earth is not just someone else's responsibility. It is all of ours. Let us therefore become guardians of our environment. Let us choose sustainability over convenience, responsibility over wastefulness, and long-term stewardship over short-term gain. Let us leave behind a legacy that future generations will be proud of, a world with cleaner air, healthier oceans, thriving forests, protecting wildlife, and communities living in harmony and nature. May our children and grandchildren inherit not the consequences of our neglect, but the benefits of our wisdom. Today, let us renew our commitment to Mother Earth, not only with words, but with actions, not only for ourselves, but for those who will come after us. For we do not inherit the earth from our ancestors, we borrow it from our children. On this World Environment Day, let us stand together as one global family, united by common purpose to protect, preserve, and cherish the only home we all share. Thank you.
Amazing, amazing. That's just absolutely amazing. Now, here I am again listening to your beautiful poem. Actually, it's very heartwarming to see so many like-minded people. More people are getting aware. People are now raising consciousness levels in the area of supporting and protecting our planet. Many years ago, people didn't even care. Nowadays, luckily, if we look at the good and the bright side, a lot of environmental awareness programs and campaigns are taking place, like ours, as Healing Our Earth does. So I think that I'm absolutely proud, and I congratulate every single person who comes on board to do such great work. And I think we've only got one planet. I always say this: it's only one home. It's not like we're going to all be living in Jupiter or Mars. You know, this is the only home we have. So people really should understand that our future generations, we need to leave our world in a better place than what we enter it, I think.
See, honey, see, honey, that's why our ancients always told us is Mother Earth, Bhumi Mata, Mother, yeah? And it's our mother. And one should never, ever think about abusing the mother. Mother gives birth, mother nurtures us. And we all have to think about that in one sort of like a global thinking, one collective thinking that our mother needs care and consideration. Thank you.
Yes. I mean, there was a very interesting what you just shared, Truptiji, because just yesterday we were involved in a program called River Blitz. We were clearing the rivers, and the riverbanks and making sure that the community looks more tidy. And it was amazing because I realized the rivers are so important. Of course, not just the fact that fish and living species live in there, but the fact that, it's old civilizations like the River Nile and Indus River, people, big civilizations used to all set up right next to the rivers. I mean, it's a lot of history there. Rivers are very important. They sustain. And nowadays, because of the climate issues that we're having, there's so much floods and droughts and things like that going on. The rivers actually stop those droughts and the flooding taking place because of the way they protect the banks. So that these are the kind of things that we should consider, that we know that with the climate change that are taking place, there's going to be a lot of unusual activities going on in the world, like hurricanes and earthquakes and all sorts of things, if we don't look after our planet.
But see, honey, another issue is as well that when over 5,000 years ago, when the tsunami came and the Dwarkaji went into the sea, there is now proof of it, yeah? And the Mother Saraswati, the mighty river Saraswati, which is mentioned in Rigved, we call all rivers our mothers, apart from Sindhu, which is somehow Sindhu is classed as a male, Indus is classed as a male river, and Brahmaputra. Yeah. Apart from, we call all rivers as our mothers as well. And again, like I said to you, that you never ever think about abusing your mothers. But the hydro plants and the dams, check dams being converted at the moment, the water flooding into Thar Desert and into the part of the Rajasthan and some part of Sahara as well. What is happening is in some part of Sahara is collecting the water, whatever the little rain, or the way you collect with the tarpaulins and how the night dew is collected and all that, is replenishing because the sand percolates water. So it goes into the underground streams, and this is how the people can then harvest it.
I see. Yes, because I understand that there are lots of things with man-made dams that are also affecting the way the rivers are working sometimes as well. And it changes. If you look at the beauty of the earth from the aerial shots, you will see how gorgeous, it's like arteries, of the actual planet, the way you see the river. Patterns it makes on the earth as well. It's just absolutely gorgeous. So yeah, but Truptiji, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I know I have my next guests who are joining me all the way from the USA. It must be very, very early. I just wanted to say a global namaste to Tacy Guyan. Is that right?
Yes.
What a gorgeous smile you have. And Tacy, you're also involved in the media. You're a Rotarian yourself. You do such incredible work, and it was a pleasure meeting you through one of our Rotary events. So first of all, how are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much for having me, Dr. Honey. I admire you the first day that we met in London. The way you are, the leadership, the vibe, the energy. I know it's not easy. It's not easy to have that. And people over here, they I don't know, all of you here, you guys understand what I'm saying. Doing the role, the head, the energy, the vibe that you have in your heart, it's not easy at all. And that moment I say I'm happy because I'm traveling around the world beside my immigration businesses, business consultant and charity to maximize the time on earth. to really see it. So I'm happy to see, collect the people. I'm just saying that, meeting the people, collecting experiences to make our life more colorful, right? And
Yes.
when I see people, understand the leader people, the real leader, like Dr. Honey, it's not easy at all.
Oh, I just wanted to say such a thank you. I believe that you have such a beautiful heart. So you see all the good in everybody else. So thank you. You know, because every time when I met you, I felt that beautiful energy about you too, Tacy. You have a beautiful, very peaceful, serene energy. And I'm sure every single viewer out there will be saying that as well. And again, that's also a very beautiful thing to have in life, the earth. It's all balanced. It tries, the whole earth tries to always keep balancing itself and it always comes to the middle. And when you see people who are very strong, with the strong roots, they normally find they're very serene, joyful, peaceful people. You're one of them. So thank you very much. And I just wanted to ask, Tacy, please tell us a little bit about your background, because we have so many countries all tuned in right now, listening to the environment messages that we're giving to the world. Tell us a little bit about yourself and tell us the kind of projects you do in terms of protecting our environment and our planet.
My background is nurse. I used to be the former nurse in medical center of Dallas here in Texas. I live in Texas. I'm original from Vietnam. I stay in the U.S. over 20 years. Okay. And I work with the U.S. government now, which is, I send you my bio, with all the political people, policy maker. And my job is doing immigration. I go around the world to helping people to come to United States, study, because as you guys already know, a lot of scholarship, Harvard, Yale, MIT, a lot of university Stanford in the US, they give out the scholarship for the students around the world.
Right.
So my job is immigration and go Southeast Asia, Hong Kong, Vietnam, Thailand, you name it, bringing the people over here to do the business, investment, businesses, and then scholarship, that in the US side.
Yes.
And in all my personal life, I like to say I value the time on earth. I truly understand life impermanent. Sometimes you see me here the next day, you don't know.
Right, absolutely. Yes, one day you're there, next day you could be gone. Absolutely.
And we all here understand that because we at a certain time in life, we understand that moment is horrible. Sometimes even we say, "Oh, I'm okay." Like people talk that until it hit. Oh my, it's not easy.
Yes, yes. So you have a lot of challenges in life. It's not easy. Things are not a smooth road. There's always challenges.
That because I'm aware of that, so I travel 36 countries. Pakistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Africa, Saudi, Dubai, Malaysia, you name it, Hong Kong, Italy, Germany. I travel around the world besides the sightseeing business couple of days, and I use my time to visit orphanages.
Oh, and Tacy, tell me, because you've been to so many countries and you helped so many people as well through education and immigration. Can you tell us a little bit about all these different countries you're going to? The world now has one challenge together, collectively, and that is climate change. There is a lot of discussions about the environment, protecting the planet. Can you share a little bit about you going to all these different countries? What do you think we can do to make this world a better place? What do you think from your side?
At the Rotarian myself, I send you all the picture with all the Rotarian people in Dallas as well. They say, Tacy, because whenever in the next moment, if you guys had a couple of minutes, I see you guys all the picture that I do charity around the world for you guys to see a couple seconds. So I go back to my Rotarian people. I say, they know me. They say, Tacy, if any projects that we can join with you. They participate in the Rotarian Club in Dallas. They're willing to fund to help the people in overseas. And Dr. Honey, I do not know much. I'm not the scientist, right? I am not the scientist, but how I do, I just go in the local, all the village, all the orphanage. I talk with the leader because the leader, the manager, I care for them mentally. Because every day they have to raise the people, right? These children's. The children, they get lost. So I care about their mental and the physical health.
Right, right. So do you think at this moment in time, people's health is getting worse? You have so many people with medical issues now.
Good question.
Getting better, we're all getting worse. Do you think it's because of the pollution? Or what do you think from your side?
I would say both. The mental side, because the society, we had too much information. You guys please correct me if I'm wrong, please.
No,
Okay.
yes, please share.
We have too much information, right? We have too much information around the world. That's the first social media. The second time, the environment outside, different country, especially Asian people, China, they have that the population is very bad, right? The air.
Yes.
Asia, right? I'm lucky in US, the air, the population is still very clean over here, right? It's not populated bad like over there. First of all, the news, the too much social media news, too much negative, and the second is the mentally, and the third one, the world. That's why I think I don't count the family side outside. I don't count at all. Those things affect a lot in our human life nowadays. That's my point of view about that.
Yes. So your work has always been, because as a Rotary, we have various types of, for example, there's something I'm just going to put up on the screen just now. You work with a lot of young people. I don't know if you can see that on the screen. Tell us a little bit about here. You're working with young people here. What is this about?
Okay, the middle one, you see me, I'm the one that sit down with in front of the laptop, right?
Yes.
That's my staff.
Right. These are your staff members? These are all your staff?
Yes, my employees.
Very nice. Excellent. You've got a fantastic team who's doing great work for you. And as a Rotarian, one of our focus areas is environment. And
Yeah, I saw
the Rotary Club, they're in Texas. What kind of projects do you work on as a Rotarian?
Like I say, I just spoke. I love to bring him on the call whenever you get a next meeting. Yes. My Rotarian people here, they 40, 50 years in Rotary is 40, 50 people. Sorry, 40 and 50 years.
Oh my God.
1982. Yes.
Yes. That is a lot of years. So you've got a lot of very, very, I would say, dedicated Rotarians.
So okay, let me go back your question, because whenever I go around the world, I do with my fund only, my individual money only, to give out for the charity around the world, which is I will send you later on that. Okay. And now, because they know me that, so they say, Tacy, every single country that you want to pick any project, environment, education, human trafficking, they can fund it.
Right. Oh, really? That is fantastic. You mean
they can fund it.
Support all your projects?
Yes, because they know me for so long.
Ah, yes, of course.
So they can fund it. So now I'm at the stage.
Yes.
Now I'm at the stage that if anyone need anything over there, as long as they give all the number presentation, I can present with them over here. They can fund it, and we can work together.
Okay, that is amazing. So really,
am I answering your question, Dr. Honey?
Absolutely. And I think this is great. What are your thoughts, to finish off with here, Tacy, to ask you yourself as a person, what do you do to help to support the planet and to help to support the environment? What do you do yourself as an individual?
Good question. Beautiful question. First of all, by myself, I just take care of my mental good, my soul, my mental. Okay.
Yes.
On top of that, I taught my children. Every single place that you go, you see the little track, the piece of paper, whatever you see the track on the streets, or whenever the restroom, public, the mall, the supermarket, you pick it up.
Yes.
We don't want to talk much, Dr. Honey. The little thing, little day by day, it change DNA in the body. And from there, I can have the environment that in myself and in the community. You know, sometimes they had, I don't know, in overseas in Europe, but in US, they had the community 1-2 times per month. They had the group of people come out to go to collect the trash in the public place, park, freeways, and the church, something like that. That's I do the little thing on my side.
Right. So you volunteer, you become part of it. So
community.
Yes, community support as well. So it's personal support, because I think mental well-being is very important, because otherwise you don't make good decisions. So if you're not mentally balanced, you will make sure that you make wrong decisions all the time. So it's very important. So this is very good. Self-care and mental well-being. Absolutely right. And secondly, as you mentioned, as the community as well, because it's not just you, yourself, you are actually part of a community. So working together, contributing, you become a good role model for others as well. And of course, taking action, even a small step, is helping towards the bigger work that we're trying to do.
Day by day, right? Day by day, you add on.
Yes, Tacy, I just want to say thank you. Thank you so much. We've had a chance to see a really beautiful little photos of yours as well, which we've been showing whilst we were talking. All the great work you've done from Saudi Arabia to, all the business people, the award evenings you go to, the staff members you work with, the young people you work with. I just wanted to say a very big congratulations to your great work you're doing. Also, I know it's very early there in Texas, and you've joined us at such an early point. So I just wanted to say a good morning. Make sure you have great breakfast, and remember healing our earth. So with that, I just wanted to go back to Kailashji. Dear Tacy, a big global namaste from everyone over here. Kailashji, back, welcome. I can see we've got the little one joining us again. Oh, look at that. I see that beautiful home there at the back, our Texas home. Hello.
Yeah, I just want to show you my pond, my backyard here.
Oh, let's have a look at, that looks, I can see the greenery there, and I love the pond. You won't believe this, but I also have a pond like that in my garden. We have a lot of similarities. Beautiful greenery. What a lovely, what lovely environment. Very conducive to health and well-being. Very conducive. So, Tacy, thank you very much for a little walk around, and we would like to say a global namaste to you from our Healing Our Earth. From
Dr. Honey, anyone need anything, any charity projects, just let me know. So I can bring my Rotary and my own group. Anything in Asia, in US, just you have my contact.
Yes,
I like to do the charity around the world and a little help.
Oh, we will love that. Look at this, an angel in disguise who's just joined.
All right, I'm looking at her right now. Go ahead.
Thank you. Global Namaste. So we're back to our Dr. Kailashji. Dear Kailashji, who do we have here, this little one? Who is our little one here?
Well, I think she'll introduce herself. She was here last week as well. So over to you, Sia Ram.
Global Namaste, and my name is Sia, and I have written a poem about nature.
Oh, that sounds nice. Please, Sierra, share with us the lovely poem before we move on to talking about the River Blitz.
Bees are beautiful. Bees need trees so they can live. Water you need to stay alive, and trees needs water to stay alive too. Nature reduces oxygen, so if we didn't have nature, we wouldn't be able to breathe. Thank you.
Yeah, amazing. So, did you write that yourself? Did you write that yourself, Sierra?
Yes.
Oh, amazing. Look at you. I'm going to call you an eco champion, okay? I'm going to call you a little eco hero. Helping support there. Yeah, very nice. Thank you so much. So,
Good.
Dr. Kailash, we have our Sarah Bikwas here who's just joined us.
Yeah.
A global namaste to you, dear Sarah. I think you just need to unmute yourself, please. Aha, there we are. Global namaste, dear Sarah.
Thank you so much. Someone has been texting me to landscape my camera. I'm not sure how to do it.
Okay, if we can try, that's great. Otherwise, we'd love to see, we can at least speak to you about your wonderful contribution you made yesterday at the River Blitz, dear Sarah. So, dear Sarah, I just wanted to first of all welcome you to our lovely Healing Our Earth.
Okay.
And secondly, I just wanted to say to you a very big well done for what you did yesterday.
Thank you, honey.
I actually wanted to show, if that's okay, a little overview of what we did yesterday, if that's okay. So before we talk about this, let me introduce to Sarah to you in a short while. Just have a look at what we are going to be sharing with you. Here comes a little video. It's a quick little video about what we did at the River Blitz. So here we have a group of us. Here we were warming up before we went. This is our lovely Angela. You can see smiles galore. Look at the smiles. There's Anahita, Angela. Oh, there's Sarah. There she is. So we did a lovely warm up before we left. That's Himanshu, our district governor, a past district governor. Our young people who are joining us as well to support. We did a documentary with the young children for the International Children's Peace Network. Here were all the bags while we were clearing up. People of all ages, all abilities, all came together, and the North Woolwich Library supported us. There goes Sarah again, clearing up the lovely local areas. You can see, look at that, look at everybody having fun. And I think this was really, really exciting. There's a father and a son. See, this is how the work gets done. And of course, then we always have our little get-togethers. So I just wanted to share this, Sarah, with everyone, so they get a bit of an idea of what we did. So Sarah, first of all, tell us a little bit about yourself. You're a district chair for the youth committee at the Rotary District 1130. Tell us a little bit about yourself and a little bit about the work you do before we speak about the River Blitz.
Thank you so much, honey. Thank you for the opportunity to be on this wonderful, wonderful program. My name is Sarah Bikwa. I'm the District Youth Chair for District 1130 London. So we have almost about 60 clubs under our district. So my main role is to ensure that I raise awareness for the young generation into different projects. We have competitions, non-face-to-face competitions and face-to-face competitions. So the face-to-face competition, they cover young chef, young musician, and young citizen award. And then the face-to-face.
Isn't that right, dear Sarah? You have also the Young Environmentalist Award as well for the young citizens.
Yes, that I was going to come to that. So
yes.
The non-face-to-face is the young environmentalist, young artist, young photographer, and also technology. So this is a very, very important field of avenues of Rotary, especially environment. It used to be not on the on the avenues of Rotary, but it came about maybe 4 years ago, and Hani has been spearheading this wonderful project, and I've worked with her as the chairs for humanitarian chair for the District 1130.
Absolutely, absolutely. And of course, you mentioned about the youth. I wanted to share with our audience, we had a young boy who joined us yesterday at the River Blitz, And of course, people like yourself are great role models for these young people, especially working in the youth committee side. Let's have a listen to what Bhavya said. This is Bhavya. Now, what Bhavya did was he ended up working with us for a documentary. And of course, Sarah was there supporting all the way. Let's hear, this was our first part of the documentary when he started off.
My name is Bhavya Jain and I'm 13 years old. And
Oh, it's
just picking up rubbish, right? My name is Bhavya Jain and I'm 13 years old. And this is my 3rd year taking part in the River Blitz. A lot of people keep asking me why I keep coming back. After all, it's just picking up rubbish, right? Well, that's what I thought when I first came here 3 years ago.
And as you can see, we started off this, and we will show you little bits at a time, little bits. But Sarah, what do you think of that? Encouraging young people to start getting involved and start creating little media documentaries about what they feel about the environment. What do you think about that?
This is a very, very great opportunity. I've been doing the River Blitz for the past 2 years. I did last year and this year. And I have known Bhavya as a young boy who always followed his father to Rotary. And by taking this initiative to join the River Blitz, it's so awesome because the theme for Rotary for this 2026 to 2027 is friendship. So this is a great vision to see how people collaborate, enjoy, have fun, like the videos that you have seen. It's about having fun, it's about collaboration, it is about meeting new people, but doing the same things that we want: clean river waters, we want a clean environment, we want to teach this generation to be able to recycle, to be able to plant a tree, because that's where we get the our fresh air, oxygen, and the recycling of carbon dioxide. So it's important when we have such young people who are so eager to know more, to learn more about the environment.
Yes, absolutely. And of course, like you mentioned that, or what is also very important is to also get people who are leaders in the community to join us. And of course, we had one of the councillors, the local councillor, who I believe is also a minister, cabinet minister for children and the communities.
Yeah.
Let's have a listen to what she had to say. Let's have a little listen to our wonderful, her name is Councillor Lakshmi Shah. And she also shared her message with everyone.
And today's event is the River Blitz. I'm here to do the litter pick. Happy to support you, but talking about the environment, we all have a responsibility to look after our planet. The earth is important for us. So I'm here to help with any of the projects you are doing and hoping to deliver.
See, so we have a lot of people who are happy to come on board to support us, right? From all of that side. What is your thoughts, Sarah, on getting the leaders in the communities to also get involved with our Rotary projects? Because we had, with the River Blitz, Newham Council, we had the Woolwich Library, we also had, various organizations like the International Children's Peace Network, and, Rotary, of course. And all the different Rotary clubs, because we had Rotary Club of Stratford, Rotary Club of Barking, and East Ham, and us as well from London. We all came together collectively. How important do you think it is to get the community leaders to also come on board to support such projects?
That is a very, very good question, honey. Like I said, the counselor who came is in charge of the library, of the young, of the youth. So I think if we start at grassroots level, because there's a gap that is there now, we don't have community activities for the young, and that's why we end up having a lot of crime and all that. And if this could be put in the table to engage young people like Bavia. And also, I've attended your peace conference charity where you had young people and they were drawing about the environment, what they think about the environment, planting a tree, All these things is something that can be done at local level, at national level, and that's why we have these competitions in Rotary, which is just part of the of our programs that we offer for young people. So definitely, we have a winner for this year for the young environmentalist, and he's engaging with the Prime Minister. He writes letters to the Prime. He's just 11 years and he's so passionate about the environment. This is what we want to see, that the young people, they've got a voice to actually share their experience and what they want to see, how the planet goes. Because if the planet is polluted, that means the next generation, their lifespan will be very, very low. That's what I can say, that it is very, very important. And I think Rotary, the young environmentalists, they've already started to communicate with their councillors, with the ministers, and also with the government. They have that boldness. And I love when parents also are involved in that, to mentor and also to give confidence to their children, which is what we are there for, to bring friendship and also to promote and also to lobby. Like the River Blitz is one of the best vision that Hani started, and I love it because we need clean rivers. And also awareness has to be given to leaders, because some might not know the importance of clean rivers. They provide fresh water for drinking, for farming, industry, and wildlife. Imagine if we drink polluted water, we have diarrhea, we have a lot of cancers, because also it affects the fisheries. So this is some of the policies that as Rotary will try to also talk to the district at local level with the councillors, and most of the councillors are willing to take part in that. So we want to just raise awareness so that young people engage in our community.
Absolutely. I think this is amazing what you've just shared there, Sarah. And of course, the work that you're doing, I'm really impressed as well, because this fantastic Young Citizens Awards is so important, because it gives a platform to young children to be acknowledged, to achieve, and to also be guided and nurtured, to do more in society. So what you're doing is absolutely wonderful. Let's have a look at maybe a quick little I would say it's a quick little interview of Angela Jacobs. Now, Angela Jacobs came from the Inner Wheel Circle. They promote good work in the community through women. So all the females, these are like a female organization within Rotary called Rotary Wheel. Have a listen to what she has to say.
Here, one voice can start a movement, and one voice can change the world. And that is what Rotary and Inner Wheel stands for. Once our environment is clean, we foster international understanding. We take it all over, because we're a global organization. So we do the same projects, we replicate in other national, like we have Inner Wheel in 102 countries. And we are also impacting knowledge, awareness, and empowering women, boys and girls all over, internationally, locally. So cleaning is part of the project of Rotary and Inner Wheel. Our environment is important to us, and that is why I'm supporting the cleaning of the riverside this afternoon. Thank you.
You are muted, honey.
Honey, your voice is lost, so mute and unmute again. Okay, if you unmute now. No, you unmute, yes?
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, you are on now. Over to you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Go ahead.
hear me? Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, I don't know what happened there. So, but thank you, Sarah. So, Sarah, what do you think about organizations also coming together? Because they also work with not just the women, but girls, lots of young girls to develop young leaders, young female leaders in society. And of course, educating them about various topics, which includes environment. So what are your thoughts on that? That how communities and different organizations should come together to help make this world a better place?
I think that's another brilliant question, honey, because we have charitable organization like the ICP, which you are doing a brilliant job, and you are collaborating with so many organizations, and your vision is clear to bring to educate the young generation. So it's a diverse vision. It's not about race, color, or creed, but it brings everyone. It brings every corporate body. And in so doing, some of the projects that we do, they might require funding. And that's why we have, you designed a very, very good program for everybody plant a tree where you can just contribute £1, and that pound can go a long way into planting trees in nations. So this is one of the things where we can bring the organizations to come and to participate so that we can have materials that we can use to educate and find mentors that can mentor the young generation. This environment issue is very, very important for sustainability, for development, and also for public health. The litter that we picked, and imagine we have litter piling up, what could happen? We'll have a lot of communicable diseases. So it is very, very important that organizations are on board. They support the young generation into having project like we have young Bavida, whom we was interviewed. If we can bring also diversity, bring girls to participate and to compete amongst each other on the projects that they are doing. That is my main focus for 2026-27, to talk to primary schools, to talk to faiths, different faiths. Also, to raise awareness at grassroots level is important. As we bring the young ones, we are also bringing parents to having an understanding of recycling and also of ensuring that we don't just place litter anyway. So organizations are of importance, especially where we are taking this environment issues to everybody, to every organization, charitable, non-charitable, entrepreneurs. Everyone has to have the knowledge of how we can preserve this earth that we live on.
That's amazing. I'm going to bring Tacey on board for maybe one final comment, maybe from her side. Dear Tacey, and of course, let me bring Dr. Kailash as well, if she can pop that back here again. So let's have a little discussion about this, because at the end of the day, youth is a very important part for us. And for us to educate, to inspire, and to become good role models, and also prepare our next generation. Tacey, what's your thoughts on this? You heard our wonderful Sarah share such wonderful insights into River Blitz and how to educate young people. What are your thoughts on that?
Hey, first of all, thank you so much. I hear and I feel, I don't know you guys, but I feel a loss of compassion here. And the heart, a lot of love to help in the community environment. I feel that. Okay. And go back to Sarah, right? Dr. Sarah. Thank you so much for your contribution, for your support, for the River Bliss, right? And Dr. Honey, thank you so much for sharing all the picture. The people collect the trash with all the anyway. Go back to your question. Like I say, I'm just a small leader business over here in overseas in United States, but I see you guys work over there. What I can do to contribute by little help, any protest that you guys need fund, and anything that you guys have that I can fund it over here. That's all I can do. Because I kind of people, I don't want to talk too much and I cannot deliver anything.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, absolutely. But that is the most important, Tacy. Nowadays, resources sometimes prevent us from doing bigger work. All of us want to do work, but it's sometimes the resources that stop us doing greater, impactful work. So having somebody like you would be absolutely amazing to come on board as a partner to support such good work being done. And there are so many projects that are there which are free projects, but just resources to get it out to the people, so they can then enjoy the free projects.
So just be like the Uber, okay, you guys, I can come in on board with you guys and like an Uber to make sure your guy projects made to the right people. And I know out there a lot of people, they had passion, they had love, they want to come, but they do not know where and when, especially they too much people over there, and they don't know what they're doing.
Yes. So you just need good leadership, good vision. Get people together. I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. Oh, fantastic. Good, strong team all of a sudden. Kailashji, what do you think? I mean, you've been hearing both Tacy. Look at Tacy. That's one of the best things I've heard today. It's amazing. I'm so super excited to work on some projects together with Tacy. And of course, Sarah shared such wonderful insights about the youth work she's doing. And what are your thoughts on what you've been listening to and what you've heard so far?
First of all, I've been very inspired. So thank you so much, Dr. Sarah. Your vision, the work that you're doing with the youth is absolutely incredible, and I believe that the future lies with our younger generation. So what you're doing is planting those seeds for our future generation. As I said in my poem earlier, that we have, we have to invest in our younger generation. And I know, Haniji, you're doing a lot of work with youths as well and young children. So that's fantastic. And to hear the stories from youths themselves, very, very inspirational. So well done. Congratulations. I'm really heartened to hear that. Tacy, I didn't get a chance to say it, but you got a beautiful voice, very soothing. And if you're feeling a bit stressed, or just listening to you, just, to just calm down. And I think this collaboration work and this connection, working together in shared responsibility, is absolutely amazing. And only this platform can do that, to bring us all together. So well done.
Yes, no, thank you very much. Thank you, Kailashji. Thank you, of course, Tacy, for the wonderful contribution from your side as well. I'm going back to just showing a few more final one or two little videos. So Sarah, please stay behind. I just wanted to share a little insight into what our Anahita, who's now going to become quite involved in some of the work we do. Let's have a listen to what Anahita has to say. And she also took part, and being a president, of course, of Rotary Club of London, is one of the biggest clubs in the whole of UK. So she's had quite a big work to do with the actual Rotary Club of London. Here she is, giving her little message.
As the president of our club, I think it's very important to take the initiative and together with all the other clubs in the district to get involved, as especially Environment Day is coming up this week, and I think it's very important that we highlight all of these projects, which are very dear to many of our hearts, regarding the focus on the environment within Rotary.
Thank you. So there you go. So there's our Anahita, who's talking about the fact that how different clubs and different districts should come together to make this into a bigger project. Because at the moment we have the local communities. We could literally have a river blitz, not just in Woolwich, but river blitz in River Thames in the city or somewhere else, or outside, or in Norwich, or wherever we have. So we could literally do the same week and have river blitzes everywhere. So I think that would be fantastic. We're coming to the end of our program. From my side, this little slot here. Tacy, thank you very much again for your contribution there. Really looking forward to connecting again. Enjoy your little Texas day and weekend. Dear Kailashji, you'll be coming back on, I know, very shortly. Dear Sarah, we have final youth video to show with our little young one.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tracy. Thank you.
Thank you. This is little Bhavya. Just wanted to show, look at him sharing a little bit about different things, but I just wanted to encourage people outside and whoever's watching right now. Let's turn these young people into little media hosts. I know we're hosting these kinds of programs and having a global platform, but let's give young people a global platform to share their messages. So, for example, again, Bhavya came up with his, we were doing a script, and here he goes with his lovely message that he's talking about.
That's why I keep coming back every year. Not because I enjoy picking up litter, but because I care about what happens to this river. I care about the fish that live here. I care about the people who walk alongside these riverbanks every day. And I care about what kind of world my generation will inherit.
Wonderful.
Beautiful.
That's really
Beautiful.
beautiful, isn't it? I thought it'll be such a good one for us to. This is what our new generation and our young generation are asking for. Look, they just want to do good. And we should be there to support them and give them these kinds of events to be part of. And hopefully next year, instead of just one or two young children, we're going to have a bigger group of youth perhaps next year
Yeah.
to get involved. Sarah, last messages before we move on back to Dr. Kailashji and we move on to our next guest. Any last messages from Rotary?
Thank you, honey, for the opportunity to share. And our vision is always to bring people together, bring communities together, to share one vision of having a clean planet so that it can sustain its people, living a healthy life, and also a generation that is well informed and having an understanding of why our planet is important.
Yeah, oh, that's amazing. And are there any plans for now? What are you going to be doing this year for your plans for what you're going to be working on? You talked about friendship. Are there any plans for doing some youth work, and what kind of work will you be doing, especially from the environment side with the young people?
I was looking at collaborating together, honey, and make it into a book, especially The River Bliss, so that we can talk through with Pavida the journey and what inspired him to do The River Bliss. So that will be information that can be shared in schools, in organization, because if you have literature and if you have the information that we can share, it will help us to have more ambassadors to be able to take this as a brand that will take to the whole of the United Kingdom and the world.
That's true. That's absolutely true. Do you know what, Sarah? What you just shared just now, you shared quite a lot of information about the river. So, and there are some facts that I would like to perhaps share with you. That we talked about how 37% of all fishes and
Mhm.
in rivers have disappeared. They've become extinct. What are your thoughts on those kind of things? I know we're talking about the youth, but in the future, our youth won't even see these fishes anymore because
Mm.
they're extinct. What are your thoughts on that?
How I would address this question is that if we have health rivers, we are going to support biodiversity, and also with health rivers, we contribute to food security through fisheries and agriculture. So what we see now, we see polluted rivers, companies that dispose waste that is so harmful, some with cancerous materials. We could also see on waste being disposed, our day-to-day waste being disposed in the river. So this is a critical moment where we have to share with all these companies on how to dispose waste safely. And these also chemicals, those are the ones that kill the fish in the rivers, in the oceans. So it's something that we will mentor the young generation also to raise that awareness on why we need clean water, why we need a clean environment, why we need a generation that is well informed, ministers that are well informed, a community that is well informed for the benefit of everyone.
That's absolutely. Thank you. Yeah, that was really made a lot of sense. That did,
Mhm.
and also the fact that the ministers and everybody should be involved because
Yeah.
they're supposed to be our voice.
Yeah.
So we should also be encouraging our groups and individuals in society to
Yeah.
be able to go and talk to their local parliaments and talk to their
Yeah.
MPs and their councillors to ensure that their local communities are staying nice and clear. I wanted to ask both yourself and Kailashji as well, who's here, who I've just spotlighted. I've just shared some disturbing facts, about rivers, and on the screen here. And this is for our audiences to also know. Of course, we all know that rivers are some of the most diverse ecosystems on the planet. And at the moment, 550 million people around the world are on a fish-based diet.
Mm.
So if you can imagine all that plastic going into the fishes because they get thrown in the oceans, there are 550 million people right now maybe eating fishes with plastic in their tummies, which is now going into the human body. So it can become pretty, really bad in terms of health point of view. I already talked about the fact that 37% of the world's freshwater fishes are absolutely threatened by extinction or extinct already.
Mm.
And freshwater species, which are normally what's found in rivers, have lost 76% of their populations since 1970. What are your thoughts on that? This is like literally in 50 years, 76% of freshwater fishes have disappeared. Just within 50 years. So Sarah and Dr. Kailashji, what are your thoughts on that?
I would say something has to be done.
Yes.
We can't remain silent,
Mhm.
and this is a cause to action. And Rotary, we are people of action. So one of the things is to create platforms that will help us to share these statistics in schools, in communities with the local councillors and ministers, so that we raise that awareness. And some of the things, like I mentioned, if we create books that can be used as curriculum, because we have done it, we have experienced it, and we are hands-on, so that on its own, it will bring awareness, as well as what we are doing now. The information also will be shared globally for people to be aware of just simple projects, how they can make a difference, like the river blitz.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a very good point. Very, very good point. And Dr. Kailash, what are your thoughts on this as well?
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to echo what Sarah's just said. I was going to say, like, if you didn't share those statistics, I wouldn't have known. It's very shocking, statistics that you just shared. And it's about raising the awareness, isn't it? And again, education is absolutely crucial. And we talked about politically, the councils getting involved. I think equally health organizations, even places of worship, and we all have a responsibility and to get that message. So if we see those, visually those statistics, it's going to have an effect. So, wow, I didn't know this. So it's really about, raising that awareness and working together, and platforms like this and social media will help us to raise that awareness.
Yeah, so that's a really good point. I'm so pleased that you are the Healing Our Earth family. All the people involved in these kinds of projects, they're always very, very keen to really spread the message, because we are all volunteers here. Our aim is to inform, entertain, and educate people around the world about these various topics. The environment topic is a huge one. Projects that young, I don't know, some ideas. So let's see if Kailash, if you can think of another idea, or Sarah, if you could think of an idea. Let me share this with our audience members. Here are some ideas, like green theme ideas that you could get involved in, right? So you could have, you can host a World Environment Day event. You could adopt a river because then you make sure that you're looking after it, in other words, that river. You could also organize a cleanup session, which is something that we did as well. You can measure and improve the air quality around your, where you're living, and then talk to your community leaders about it. And at the same time, there are various other ways, like monitor and improving water quality, There's planting trees and reforestation projects as well. Connecting with nature, just going for picnics and taking young people across, to the parks and to connect with nature sometimes instead of sitting on their mobile phones all day. And then you also have, of course, to encourage people to maybe go solar. You give them the benefits of why it would be good for them. You could also build a community garden, maybe in a school or a local area somewhere, or where the old people live, for example, so they get something beautiful to connect to. Also beating plastic pollution, where you start clearing up your local area, making sure there's no plastics there, or there's recycling bins everywhere, so to make sure. And of course, reducing our own ecological footprint, etc. How about you? Can you perhaps finish off with maybe one idea, dear Sarah and dear Kailashji, one idea that you think we could leave with the audiences out there? Any environment project that you think?
One idea that I would say is to always be on guard in your local community. If you see someone throwing litter around, to be able to be vigilant, to show them where to put the litter. It's very, very important, because it should start at grassroots level before we go. Because if ourselves who live on the planet, we are not making the planet safe, and we are not doing the right thing, in the long run, we'll have a community that is so much with different diseases, and it will cost the government on medication and all that. So let it start with us in our homes to ensure that we separate that litter and we throw it accordingly. And when we are in the street, it's Japan, I think, where they really, if even you throw a bubble gum on the street, you are fines. So I think if there are fines to be given to people as a way of conservation, that is something that will go into, if people are not doing it according to what lobbyists and all that are doing. Yeah.
Absolutely, good idea, because we all are good now. We're goody goodies when we
Yeah.
drive. There's all these speeding tickets, so we say, "Oh God, we have to go
Yeah.
40 miles an hour, can't go." But actually, it sometimes helps when it comes to good things, because it keeps the roads safer as well.
Yeah.
So at the same time, this could be a very good point, a very, very good point. I think that was a really excellent point. And Dr. Kailashji, what about you? Any one idea that we could share and leave with our audiences?
Yeah, I think that list was really, really good. I really like the list, and I had those ideas in my mind as well. But one thing I think, it's about being proactive, creative, and engaging. I think it will do the trick, rather than throwing facts at people. Let's get them involved in something more practical. And I think Druptiben mentioned AI. We can do a lot of things, and with the social media. So maybe we're starting with youths, young people, lots of kind of competition, maybe things that you can post on the social media to get them engaged and asking questions, and maybe even awards and stuff that we can offer them as rewards, because they like things like that, sort of competitive and stuff. So I think that would be something that we could perhaps kind of develop.
That's true, because with young people, they like little competitions, or they like to achieve things. So you can give them little rewards. If you plant one thing, you're going to get 1 star. If you do this, you'll get 1 star. So you can help them along, psychologically, to feel that they're achieving along the way, but then creating good habits, maybe. So that by the time you do this and repeat it a certain number of times, it becomes instilled in them as part of a habit. So I think that's a fantastic idea as well, to just instill good ethics and good values in young people through reward systems and through, very nice. Thank you so much. We're very shortly going to be coming to Manuel Sagué. And I just wanted to finish off our River Blitz discussion with one final message. And this message is from Frida, who came along with our dear Sarah. So I just want you to maybe listen to my final message from our dear Frida.
We are the people who are living in it and having to ensure that every aspect of our environment is taken care of. The streets, the water bodies, the trees, the rocky areas, everywhere has to be kept and looked after. And when I heard about it, I also thought it's an opportunity to learn from others, because stepping in as the next president, there are projects that I would like to start or initiate, and some of it are to do with environmental issues in the area where my club is based. And I felt that it's good to come and meet with other people who are equally concerned about the environment.
So there you go. So my final message was, it's very important for us to connect with like-minded.
Yeah.
Just, I mean, we can see this with with other presidents of Rotary clubs who are all coming together, and they're really wanting to connect with those people who are taking action in the communities. So, dear Sarah Bikwa, I just wanted to say a very big thank you and a global thank you to you for coming along here today to share your message with the world. And of course, to talk about the wonderful youth work that's being carried out by Rotary, especially Rotary District 1130, who we are all part of. But then there's also Tacy and other people all over the world who are doing the same work, good work. And Kailashji, thank you very much for your wonderful contributions and messages and questions and points that you have shared. Tacy, I know, thank you very much for joining us again. She's here again on screen. We are very much looking forward to connecting with you for some future projects. I will talk to you about maybe potential funding. And we have some very exciting projects to literally support our new generation and our future generation. And I'm sure Sarah's going to be part of that as well. So we look forward to it. Tacy, any last message with the world before we speak to Manuel from Spain?
I say thank you so much for all your hard work, your passion, and your love to contribute for the community and for the world.
Oh, thank you. For the world. That's why we're one family. I see everybody as my brothers and sisters in the world, because we all have human experiences right here in this world. Same emotions, same issues, same challenges in the world. So thank you, dear Tacy. Thank you, dear Sarah. Have a fantastic Sunday. Enjoy your weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye for now. Thank you.
Bye. So thank you very much again, Tacy. Back to Kailashji, who's got her hand up. Yes.
Yeah. Before we go to our next speaker, Manuel, I just wanted to say that, working in this climate change environment, I thought I knew a lot, but today, just this half session that we've had so far, I've learned so much, from our guests, and it's like, wow, there's so much going on. And this is why it's so important, this communication, sharing information, because, it's just, knowledge is, it's kind of power, isn't it, to make the difference. So, so I just wanted to make that comment, and I wanted to also pick on the fact that Trupti-Ben referred to rivers as our mother and goddesses, and that's really true. And we've just had a very, very interesting presentation from Sarah on the rivers as well, and how important it is. They're so sacred to us, isn't it, from a Hindu perspective? And it's so absolutely important. And on that note, on talking about youths, we have our speaker coming up 4 o'clock to talk about Dipak, about the next generation. So if Sarah can stay on and listen to that, that would be great as well.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Kailashji. Thank you. And I just wanted to add that one last thing that I'm sure our wonderful new guest who's joining us, Manuel, I hope I can say it, Céspedes, who's going to be joining us. I'm sure he also agrees. Knowledge is power. But knowledge is power when we take action on that knowledge. And that's when the power comes in. So that's very, very important little difference there, And I just wanted to say a very global namaste to dear Manuel Céspedes, who is an agricultural engineer and a managing director of the Healthy Agricultural Program at Campus PHI in Spain. His work integrates ecological principles, regenerative agriculture, and circular economy practices to restore soil biodiversity and build climate resilient farming systems. Today, he is exploring regenerative agriculture proposals. I just wanted to welcome you, and what a fantastic work you're doing in the field of agriculture.
Yeah, thank you very much for your invitation. First of all, I would say that the person in process is my sister, is Sandra Céspedes, that she has presented the other day. I'm just his personal helper, okay. But yes, I'm actually working with the Campus Fee in the past 10 years. I'm a disciple of Guruji, of Swami Ramesh Varananda as well. I want to be really thankful to Nilji that he has invited me today. Okay. So in this case, thanks for having me the opportunity to share with you, and have a pleasant Sunday, everyone, and a super beautiful environmental day. Okay.
So we just wanted to find out from you, because I know you're going to be sharing some really important knowledge and important information with the audiences out there. Would you be able to share a little bit about what you'll be sharing today, and will there be a presentation that you'd like to show?
Yes, of course. I will share to you today the proposal of the land planning and the regenerative agriculture of this field. Okay. In this case, it has a huge work of cartography. Okay. And all the paradigm that is proposed, it's shaped in South America. Okay, I've been living 25 years in South America. I've been working in the Chilean intellectual tradition of the landscape ecology, and in this case, this is really helpful to make a field diagnosis. Okay, in order to develop a management plan in this particular ecosystem. That's what I'm sharing on it.
Well, the floor is yours, dear Manuel. So please do show us whatever you would like to show. I know that the audience will be truly inspired by what you're doing. So all yours.
Thank you. So I'm going to share a brief presentation. Okay. It's you can see it. Maybe.
Yes, we can see it. That's right.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, so I'll have my time here. Okay, so thanks to you. Thanks for inviting me today. Okay, my name is Manuel Céspedes. As I was saying, I'm a PhD student in the Institute of Science and Environmental Technology of the Autonomous University of Barcelona. As I was saying, I'm a regenerative agriculture farmer, developed all my knowledge in South America and in Chile. Okay, now I'm currently living in Barcelona. Okay, so I would like to start with a really beautiful concept that is the autopoiesis. Okay, that is the organization the self-organization that arises from ecosystem or a system living itself. The system living could be a cell, for example, could be a DNA molecule. Okay, could be, for example, whatever human being that is in good shape and is having a beautiful and prosper life. Okay, so in this case, the self-organization is due to the connectivity of its internal aspects and all the internal organized system. For example, all the organs of a cell, and they are working in a good shape to behave and develop life. Okay, so in this case, for example, we can assess and diagnose as well an ecosystem, okay, that is or a farm as well that is in a good shape, in a good condition, and will last longer in order to produce life, okay, and the people that are living there can develop a healthy life, okay. So we're going to see different examples, okay, of China, for example, of the Titicaca Lake as well. We're going to see the dehesa systems of Extremadura and South Spain, okay, and then why this sustainable, okay, agriculture developed by the wise people, farmers, okay, can be inserted, okay, in a landscape that actually it's holding the campus fee, okay. So for example, we can see this graph, okay. So it's really simple to understand. Here in below we have a shrubland, okay, and this shrubland, in order to have a good health condition, okay, they can develop up here, okay, to a beautiful forest, okay. So in order to thanks to the time, this can happen, for example, in 2,000 years. For example, it can happen in Britain perfectly, okay, due to the good condition of soil and good condition of climate, okay. So as the system loading level, okay, we can charge the ecosystem capacity to up here, okay. But nevertheless, okay, if we're achieving an agricultural process, we need to, it's an intensity and it's artificial. We need to open the forest, okay, downloading it to here, okay, and open the forest to perform an agriculture that could be shaped as a sustainable or unsustainable management, okay, as you can see. So for example, if it's sustainable, okay, everything that we harvest, okay, we need to give it back to the forest, okay, or in this case to the soil, okay. So if we're going to harvest as well, we need to give it back, okay. This is the principle of reciprocity really established in the South American cultures, and in this case we're going to achieve a sustainable land and a sustainable agriculture process, okay. In the other way, for example, in the same open land forest, okay, we can, for example, harvest a lot and not giving so much. Harvest a lot and not giving so much. Giving back, it's in terms, for example, like a compost or like a bokashi, or like a, for example, terraces, like in a soil protection system in a high slope, you know. So in these terms of harvesting too much and not giving back, the system needing of having an unsustainable way of life, the ecosystem is going to go down, okay, and eventually get completely desertified in an unsustainable way of management, okay. So in this case, we have a simplified ecosystem, okay, with lack of connectivity within itself, okay. So in this case, the autopoietic systems, okay, they get internal erosioned, okay, and they start to have lack of life, okay, because they cannot be well preserved, because the internal connectivity, like for example, the microbiology, it's lost, the minerals of the soil are lost as well, the organic matter of the soils are lost as well, okay, and all the erosion due to the intensive tillage, okay, this is helping to desertify our ecosystems. So in this case, if we're not giving back what we've been harvesting, okay, we're going to achieve a unsustainable way of developing agriculture, and eventually the ecosystem will be completely desertified, okay. So now we're going to go for a little bit of examples of what a sustainable ecosystems way of making agriculture is being developing. For example, we can see the model of China, okay. These people have converted, okay, the hilly slopes, okay, into a depressional slopes with huge amount of work, okay. As you can see, the meadows and the natural prairies are converted to a swamps, Okay, so in this case, this is a traditional sustainable process. Okay, that the people are feeding from the rice grown in these terraces, the vegetables from the border as well. They complete their diet. Okay, and the natural birds and the natural fishes that go over there is a font of proteins, their source of proteins. Okay. For example, the Titicaca terraces, okay, this is a lake between Peru and Bolivia. This is where all the principal crops that are feeding today in Europe, for example, with the people. For example, it's grown here, like the tomatoes, like the potatoes as well, like the eggplants. Okay, they all come from here. Okay, so and these people have been achieving 3,000 years of sustainable agriculture. As you can see, the terraces are developed with polyculture systems, with agroforestry systems as well, and the village are immersed, okay, and merged inside this sustainable landscape. We have as well here the Extremadura dehesa, for example. This is the wooded pasture where the black pigs feed from the oak trees, of the oak fruits, okay, and as well of the pigs are feeding from the oak trees, okay. We have developing livestock systems that they are grazing in these natural meadows, okay, and we have as well a conservation of wildlife biodiversity, okay. So now we're going to achieve what is the regenerative agriculture proposal at Campus Fee due to that comprehensive context of good examples of agriculture, okay? So, for example, we start with the territorial farm design, the soil protection and restoration, the successional agroforestry systems as polycultures, okay? This is really important, as the nature, the landscape, watershed management, and farm inside the paddock system of an agricultural production. After that, the bokashi compost, for example, to feed the soil, the multiplication of native forest microorganisms, okay, to keep the diversity of microorganisms in the soil, it's really important as well. The biofertilizers for the leaves, the mineral broths for integral treatment of pest and disease, the phosphates, this is a particular mineral that gives plant growth, okay, and the rock flour to keep as well a pool of diversified minerals. It's really important as well. So it's thanks to the rock and minerals, microorganisms, manures, and bones, we are feeding our natural ecosystems, our agricultural and natural ecosystems in a really good shape. So in this case, we're talking about food health, organic matter, microbiology, and minerals. And finally, the bioecological condition of soil and site. Okay, it's a really good methodology that can assess what is happening with the soil health and the soil performance. The observation of the microbiology and microfauna, okay, the chromatography of soils, plants, and biopreparations developed by Sebastião Pinheiro and Jairo Restrepo as well, and the humus fractionation, okay, they are really good methodologies that can assess and can diagnose what is happening in our soils. Okay, so this is the monitoring process. So the regenerative agriculture proposal, as you can see, is the restoration and development of soils, crops, and farms, the restoration of the soils and terraces productivity, the integrated management and pests and diseases, diversification of production with agroforestry systems, the preparation of bokashi compost and biopreparations. The circular economy, it's always super important as the financial and technological independence, the local supply logistics as well, and the system health monitoring, as I was saying in the past diapo, the soil health analysis and the monitoring of productivity and soil and crop health status. Okay, so for example, this is the first map. Okay, this map of the soil. As you can see, we have achieved a lot of different kind of soils that are present here, and every even individual polygon in here, it's a different soil. Okay, that has its own different characteristics that as well it responds to different management plan. Okay, so as you can see, with this instrument, okay, we are taking a soil sample, so we can see what is happening with the texture. We can see what is happening with the depth with the behavior of the water, like a drainage that is top down, or a water table that is going bottom up. Okay, and in general the behavior of the soil. After that, the land cover, really important. What is happening with the meadows, what is happening with the forest, okay? What is happening with the shrublands, okay? And the different ecological conditions. So as you can see, we have the grasslands, okay? Feeding horses. We have the shrublands as well here that needs to be managed because of the wildfires. We have the dehesas as well as the open pastures, okay? And we have the closed forest, okay? The closed forest as well it has these different performance and different shapes that need to be assessed in order to addressing a good ecological restoration process. And finally, the farm zoning, okay? As you can see, this is a huge work. Every little polygon has its own different plan, okay, management plan, okay? This is the agricultural part. This is the agroforestry systems, okay? This is all the forest, okay, that has his own different shapes and different ecological conditions. These are natural meadows in general, okay? And in this case, this is a huge work that can be developed with the consistency of the past cartographies and mapping that we have seen, okay? So, for example, we have here the horticulture mixed with forest, okay? In the low part of the field, okay? And now we are developing the stratified agroforestry, okay? As you can see, these huge oaks, okay, that are over here, okay, respond to these two, okay? And the natural shrubs are over here. So we can keep as well the natural capacity and the natural ecosystems, okay, that can feed with health our fruit systems that we're developing within this natural forest, okay? And as you can see, we can develop here the huge ones like the apple, for example, or the hazelnut or the persimmon. And below that, we can develop the berries, okay? Because they need a little bit of shadow, because they need a good fertility of soil that the tree tree can feed them in a symbiotic way, okay? After that, we can feed chickens or sheep, for example. Is not a problem, okay? But they need to be really with an eye on them, because they can make a little bit of damage in the fruit trees, okay? But it's really reasonable to put livestock systems in these systems like agroforestry ones, okay? And finally, we have the regenerative biofactory that includes all where we have been talking. As you can see, the bokashi compost here, okay, that is going to feed the soil. The foliar fertilizers here in a good condition of microbiology and fermenting minerals that it's going to feed the leaf deficiency eventually that could have from the forest, okay, from the soil. Sorry. We have here the sulfocalcic broth, okay, that it's going to help us to treat the diseases and the pests as well. Okay, this is the system for burning bones as well, so we can take the phosphate out of them, okay? And this is a little laboratory we can develop the soil chromatographies and as well to cultivate a beneficial microbiology as trichoderma, okay, for applying as biological controls, okay, of pest and diseases as well. And this is really important in this kind of biofactories, but this is not so complicated. This is all reasonable to achieve of every farmer, okay? And in this case, it's really helpful. As you can see, the diversity of minerals to apply in the foliar fertilizers, it should be really keep in the system of the biofabric as well. And in general, this is a little construction that can help to keep the fertility and the organic and regenerative farming management plans instead of applying pesticides and fertilizers that they are currently desertifying our ecosystems. Okay, so thank you very much.
That was wonderful. That very, very interesting, very great, amazing project. And what a beautiful landscapes. I think it looks absolutely amazing, amazing.
I think, honey, I think the way he presented it, it
What?
was so very good. So Manuel, if you can stop screen sharing,
Yes.
so we can chit chat with you. So Manuel, are you? Oh, we've got Manuel is gone for a moment. Let's just highlight him. Yeah, we bring him on here, Manuel. Just one moment. Yes, you are back, and Honey is back, and myself is here. Buenas tardes, Manuel. ¿Cómo está?
Buenas tardes, encantado, es un placer, súper bien aquí, muchas gracias.
Manuel, that was a super presentation. I particularly like because this proposal is so good. It's a holistic farming system.
Exactly.
So what a beautiful thing that it avoids, you know, the transitioning away from the heavy synthetic inputs, you know, like fertilizers and pesticides. This is the way to go forward for healthy products, safer products, easy to consume products. I think your presentation was so good. You have met Honey here as an anchor. I would like to introduce her, that she's also leading the project for environment together with other team members. She will actually connect with you and merge your presentation as well with some of her presentation. And it'd be very nice to maybe meet up in-person meeting. Previous time when Vimla was here and you were not here, we had Ulrich here as well, and we had Sudhir and Anukul, and we thought maybe we can do environment and Agnihotra and a Homa in-person meeting in Spain, which they will be working with. So it will be so beautiful and well done. Your proposal should do very well because, like I said, it has got holistic approach. I wanted to say hello to Ulrich here as well. He's our lead for Agnihotra and Homa therapy. He just returned from the hot India and he's in Germany. He might be in Poland today because he travels quite a lot. Ulrich.
Namaste, Neil. Yeah, I'm in Poland right now, yes.
You're in Poland. And you know, previously in the previous episode when Vimla was doing PHI presentation, we actually traveled through the whole Spain PHI campus and we really enjoyed. Here is Manuel, who is Vimla's brother. I love his approach today, was so beautiful, the holistic way of agriculture farming. I think it's going to be a big hit. So Ulrich, again, say hello to Manuel. And it's the place in Spain where we are thinking of in-person retreat. Honey, again, you met Manuel, so you will get connected to him via WhatsApp and through Vimla on Telegram. I think the presentation was so nice and in a simplistic form understanding. Honey, you obviously had a comment because you were excited when you saw the presentation.
Absolutely. I mean, I found the fact that it's holistic farming because, of course, a good soil is very important. And of course, with holistic farming, it talks about everything from soil to plants to animals. It takes everything into consideration. And what I really liked about was the agroforestry side that you're working on. The fact that there's already original trees and plants around, and you're bringing in your own, let's say, berries and other plants that you are going to be planting. I mean, that's very clever because what I understand from what I studied is the original older plants have very good root systems. You know, the root systems are very, very strong. Because if you end up putting new trees instead of the old trees seem to have a lot of prana, a lot of energy, and they have lots of roots that they bring in all the nutrients. So I think this is very clever what you shared. The fact that you're keeping those original trees around, just clearing up a little bit and putting your new plants with the old plants. I thought that was a very clever way of working. So well done. Congratulations for that.
And honey, I was just thinking, the momentum you've gained with planted tree. So this would be also good to merge these concepts together and maybe go to the holistic way of planting trees. So I find so much excitement in there. And 3-4 weeks back in one of the episodes, we were thinking that let's maybe take an entourage, maybe tail end of this year or early next year, because Ulrich has got a group of people who likes Agnihotra and Homa, and environment, Agnihotra, Homa, because it's purification of land anyway, will go very much hand in hand. Ulrich, you just joined in as Manuel was presenting his a concept which he wants to bring in. What did you think of it, the holistic way?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I missed the
starting.
the beginning. I just saw it at the end. Of course, I have heard of this concept of agroforestry, and I think that's a very good concept. Not to, now modern farming just clears the whole land and then has monoculture. That is not very much in accordance with nature. So what you present is a much more a way how we can have harmony with nature. So that is really good. And yeah, of course, I would add one more aspect, that is Agnihotra, to also harmonize nature on the more subtle realm. Hani just mentioned prana. The flow of prana is now, because of all the pollution, it is reduced, it is stopped. And with Agnihotra, it comes back to life again. So that part I would add, and then I think it's an ideal system, yes.
Can I add there as well, Ulrich? Thank you very much for joining us here. And I admire the work that you're doing, especially with the yagnas, with the homas that you call, I call yagnas. And I know the science behind that is very powerful. The people who understand that, how the energy it creates, the clearance it creates around by going through these systems, the fire ceremony side of things, it's absolutely incredible. So I agree with you. Any of these places, the new places that you wanted to set up, like our Manuel is doing, it's a great place to also do a homa, to get the energy flowing in that. Very good work you're doing.
So we all agree with the synergy, and we are going to enjoy it because the next couple of guests, Honey, which Kailash has brought, one of them, Annie has got less grow. So again, Manuel, stay around because Annie loves growing things, and she goes around there in north of England and encouraging people to grow. Kailash and Annie will tell us more about it, and prior to that, Dipak will be coming. And Manuel, in about 45 minutes, Sudhir Sharan will be here. And he will love your ideas of holistic because he comes from agriculture background, from very top institutions of India. So maybe if you're around, say hello to him. So it'll be nice. Honey, time to welcome Kailash Parekh back again. And she's going to introduce the next two guests. And let's see what they've lined up for us.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations, Manuel. Keep up the great work. We're looking forward to some more finding out your developments with your project. Really looking forward to it. And of course, moving forward very smoothly to our next guest, who is Dipak Valand. And of course, let me invite Dr. Kailash Parekh ji to introduce the next guest who she's brought along. I'm really looking forward to hearing what Dipak ji has to share about the world of the environment and spirituality. You're on mute, dear Kailash ji. You're on mute.
Thank you so much, Dr. Haniji. Like I said, Dipak ji does not need any introduction. He's our regular. He always contributes, and he was on our program through the Benhad Funded, which was about, delivering the climate change training, and he was very, very proactive and came with lots of good ideas. We talked about transport today. We talked about rivers, and I really valued Dipak Bhai's contribution on those episodes. So today, Dipak Bhai is going to talk about the environment and the next generation. And I know that Sarah, you'll be interested because you are doing some similar work. So over to Dipak Bhai, who's going to tell us a little bit more, and then we'll open up a discussion. Thank you, Dipak Bhai.
A global namaste to all of you. Very fascinating to be hearing about all of these different talks and very passionately introduced by the various esteemed speakers. So when Dr. Parekh asked me to speak, I sort of felt back to sort of some of the original stuff we were doing on the impact of climate and the workshops we were holding previously. Yeah, and we kind of all agreed that, you know, mother is our, you know, Earth is our mother, and she's abundantly giving to us all of the time. What we need to acknowledge, and people are obviously on the group like-minded, that we unfortunately we keep taking, we don't give anything back, and this is having an impact on the earth, and it's obviously very well documented. And if you keep on taking, mother's going to keep giving, but there will be unfortunate victims. We're seeing all this, extra hot summers with ice caps melting, rising sea levels, etc., which in some cases are most likely irreversible, in fact. And you know, it paints a pretty bleak picture for our next generation of kids and our family, and something we need to impress on our family and kids to ensure that this stops. And yeah, you know, these initiatives like the sort of the holistic looking at farming, the use of reducing the use of pesticides, and you know, looking after these natural resources is easily the way to go forward. But also, we know we need to do something more, and that whether that requires a kind of almost look at it from home. So you know, as the saying goes, you know, sort of charity begins at home. So whatever we do, we need to kind of begin that kind of action from home. And a lot of the times, these are often smaller actions. We need to introduce these concepts to our children, because if we begin now, our children will feel proactively involved and want to protect our Mother Earth. We all know children are like sponges, so they're going to absorb whatever we tell them and hopefully be able to run forward with these concepts, and also be bothered and be invested in this type of thing. The examples of, you know, it's like, what can we do, things that we can do. We can sit and discuss these concepts with our family and our children, and make agree some principles in our own homes. For example, like ideas like not wasting water, and switching off electrical appliances when they're not in use. And these might sound like trivial things, but if we start from an early age, that whole idea of we need to be responsible for our actions, that will carry through. These things are now being introduced at school level, but I think we need to start this from home. And if we do that, then we'll have a lot more of a stronger base with our kids. And even when we're traveling around, the things that we can do, if we've got few people in the household, maybe get them to think about how you're traveling. Do you need to be traveling into town multiple times, or try to do it in one go where the kids come along with you? If you introduce some kind of reward chart for your children, so if they've done a particular good thing, or if they've spotted a way to reduce some sort of a impact on the environment, they get a star or a treat. Encourage certain journeys to be healthier. Maybe they walk or cycle. These are all just kind of at grassroots levels, but children need to be engaged. And if we put the effort in to teach our children and start from first principles, then I think the future still can be bright. Those are some of my ideas, which we've been discussing also with our children. So I think it's the idea that it's Mother Earth is ours, and you know, we need to be responsible for what we do and our impact on the environment. Children are very keen if you explain and teach them these concepts in a fun and engaging way. And yeah, places are doing these types of things. For example, our Mandir here in London, we try to get some of those concepts and get the children involved so that they feel part of this movement. Happy to take any questions. I'm very keen listening to the various conversations.
Thank you, Dipak. That was really, really good. I think those things that you touched on, changing those habits, working with the children, the place of worship is a very important place where we can nurture those values and habits. Children learn by example, role modeling, and what best place than place of worship in school. So I know that Sarah has touched on that as well today, and Haniji as well. So it would be really great to get some views from Sarah. What did you think about Dipak Bhai's presentation? Sarah there, sorry. If you unmute yourself, Sarah. Yeah, unmute. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much for the wonderful question that you asked. It's important, especially faith. We are connected more to nature, and we have to have a very good understanding of how nature sustains us. And it brings that peace and calmness, especially when you love prayer. You need prayers where you can go, where there are trees, where there's greenery and all that. So if we can encourage different faiths to start doing, teaching our children while they are young, it's very, very important to have that understanding. I think one of the speakers mentioned that. It's important because I remember when we were growing up, we were taught, it's at primary level, we were already taught to do gardening. We were taught to plant trees. We were taught to respect nature. And when you cut a tree, you need to plant maybe 2 trees. So all those principles, because it's through just simple acts of conduct, like what our speaker has just mentioned now, to say those little nuggets that we share, creative nuggets to the children, they will grow with it. And that's on its own is the how I love nature is because I grew around nature and I was taught. My father was a farmer, so it's something that we knew how to recycle, compost, manure, and all that. So it's one thing that I would like to see my grandchildren doing that. And I've taken that initiative to say we go rotate the gardens and planting flowers or vegetables, sunflowers, so that they have an understanding to say food does not just come from the supermarket. So they have to have that understanding. And we are the people to do that. Because if always we point fingers to others to say they are going to do it, what is our role and responsibility? So, as people of faith, we should start those acts of kindness as a community, bringing a community together, improving our environment, even where we live. Our president from Barking proposed that Frida that you saw before. She proposed that if we could have competitions with the young ones about the gardens in their home. So each garden we make a competition so that we start having fun and then educating them about the environment. That's my take to that. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Sarah. I think that's really, really, really good. What do you think, Dipak, about what Sarah has just said? Any thoughts?
Yeah, 100%. I 100% agree with what Sarah said, and we're fortunate enough to be exposed to an older generation who have connected with the earth, whether it was in farming or just on an allotment or that type of thing. And I think we need to go backwards. Really, we need to go back into that era where kids do get introduced to these concepts and grow with these things. And without that, it feels like there's a gap. And yeah, we need to know where things come from, and also the impact of having stuff which is not organic necessarily. So yeah, there's a lot to do. There's lots of many lessons to be learned, and yeah, all of this stuff I feel kind of has to happen at home. If it doesn't happen at home locally, there's no point relying on or expecting somebody else to kind of carry this mission forward. If you're not, as the saying goes, if you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think today, on a number of occasions been mentioned Mother Earth, Mother, she's like the mother to us. I know Trupti Ben, she gave a really good presentation today, and we refer to rivers as mothers as well, and goddesses. So there's this sacred element, that spirituality, and what Sarah just said, connecting to that faith and the spirituality is absolutely crucial, and it is our responsibility. We cannot just hand it over to, the government, whatever. It has to start from home, and what we do, and the course that we did was with all the faith organizations, because that's where it all starts, isn't it? That's where we go as families, and this is where everything's nurtured. So absolutely. So thank you for sharing, making the time. I know that Sunday's always busy for you, right? But thank you so much. Nil Kumar.
Kailash, if you can call Annie, she has dropped out, so she needs to be on because she's next. Meanwhile, I'll talk with Dipak. Thank you. If you could call her. So Dipak, you are keen that the younger generation actually learns about saving the Mother Earth and protecting the environment. How do you think you can entice them so that they find it fun, educational, and they actually pay attention to it?
Yeah, very good point, Neil Kumar. I think these are kind of things which are echoed across just various bits in schooling, or we're trying to teach kids at the temple and so on. If you're not engaged, I think that's the first kind of hurdle, isn't it? If you're not engaged, it's like anything. If you can't engage the kids or youngsters, then you're not going to really be that successful. How do you engage them? I think they need to sometimes get their hands dirty. So if it is literally planting seeds in a pot, my children often come back from school having grown something in a pot, and they become affectionate towards the pot, and they making sure, Daddy, have you watered it, and this type of thing. So they are invested because they've done the work. Whereas if you're just showing them videos, or you're talking, then that I think that sort of takes away from it. Getting your mud on your hands, I think, is always a good thing. But also seeing the plant or whatever it is growing in your house or on the windowsill, that lets them realize that actually, this is nature at work, and we can do this. And there's something very nice and sort of holistic about, having this almost full circle. You plant the seed, you see it grow, it might give you a fruit, or it might die, and then you plant another seed, and they get to learn the concept. But you as an adult would have to steer them in that direction and let them experiment. I think that's probably the best way.
Absolutely. And the guest coming at 4:45, Sudesh Sharan in India, has actually created toolkit where he is giving it to all the kids, a small boxes with the soil and everything and the plant. And you actually see it germinate, grow in your bedroom as well. So good thinking, Dipak. Thank you very much. You are a regular contributor at Healing Our Earth. Earth bless you. And we've got Annie here. And her motto is, let's grow, let's get cracking and growing. So Kailash, introduce Annie and let's find out what she has got lined up for us.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm absolutely delighted, honored to welcome our guest, Annie Wynn, who is, what can I say, a several award winner and named as the environmental hero. So very appropriate for you to be here today, Annie. Very, very proud of the work that you're doing in Preston and wider Lancashire as well. So over to you to talk to us about your project and what you do, the wonderful work that you're doing at the moment. Sorry, I think it just buffered a little bit.
Okay, she's gone.
Yeah, she's there. Annie's there.
Yeah.
So she has got her own.
I am.
And if you sign out and sign back in, closing all the other windows that you've done. Annie, if you can sign out and sign back in. Okay, I've been able to mute her. You can send a message to her. She needs to sign out and sign back in.
Yeah.
So the important bit is that children can be enticed by involving them into growing something. So I think that would be more useful and nicer. And Annie loves growing things. So it's beautiful. While you're trying to get hold of her, I'm going to go back to Ulrich as well. And Ulrich, do you think the younger generation are now more keen to save the earth, and they are actually talking to their parents and grandparents and forcing them to take care of nature?
I only can speak from my own experience with my grandchildren. And these grandchildren, because normally my work is with universities and all the students and so on, but my grandchildren, they intuitively understand a lot of things very easily. They would not harm animals. For them, it is very cruel, and they're even crying if they see something like that. So that is one thing. And they are very enthusiastic in doing their own little piece of garden. And they're happy to see the plants grow, and then more happy if they can harvest some of their own strawberries, for example. And also what I've seen, they are very enthusiastic, and I don't have to give a talk on Agnihotra and all the effects. They just feel that is something good, and they're so happy when they can participate, in, especially the older grandchildren. They now want to perform, have their own Agnihotra. You know, they are 8 and 11, and so I gave them their own Agnihotra kit, and they're very happy if they perform it, of course, together with me. So I think children intuitively understand things which we adults have problems, because we adults, it has to go through our intellect. And, you know, the intellect is the best instrumentally, and that is really nice to see.
That's amazing. And I agree with you that if we can start them young, and you did the right thing, you gave them the kit, because that's like an educational toy rather than a playful toy, because it's something with which they can learn, it's something with which they can practice, it's something they see the grandparents doing, so they're important. We got Annie back, and Annie, if you switch off all other windows so your bandwidth is better, let's try and see if we can hear you. If you can unmute yourself. Can you unmute? Annie, can you unmute yourself? Yeah, go ahead and speak.
Okay. How's that? Is that any better?
Much better. Carry
Oh,
on.
thank goodness for that.
Let's hear what
Right,
you've
so
got lined up for us.
Okay, so Kailash asked me to come on and talk about protecting our environment. That's something that Let's Grow Preston's been doing for the last 15 years. We have 2 sites from where we teach horticulture through social and therapy sessions. We have a composting system, and we follow the no-dig system. What this has enabled us to do with lots of different beneficiaries is for them to see, as Dipak was saying, about you sow a seed, you're creating life, you're then looking after that plant, and people get a great deal of resilience and confidence from doing that. The way that we protect our environment is we also speak to lots of other community organisations within the Preston City, and we share the byproduct of our therapeutic sessions. So we give away seedlings to allotment sites, to community stalls, to community different organisations. And in return, they give us the surplus food. that they've grown, and then we share those with the food hubs. So it's this idea of the cycle of life, and through that, we're recycling, we are composting, we're reducing food waste, and it makes people ask questions. So over the summer holidays every year, so that's for about 9 weeks of the year, we go out to allotment sites and collect the surplus food and then distribute that to food hubs. Thanks to a charity organisation called Sustain, we are able to log that on a national database. So we know exactly how much food we have distributed. We know the weight, the retail value, and we also know the carbon that we've sequestered. So every year, it's about 1,000 meals a week that we get from the allotmenteers. We've been doing this now for 7 years, and that equates to just under a ton of carbon that we're saving by distributing the food within a 3-mile radius and not using any plastic. It's quite phenomenal what we can do in a short time. And this has been inspirational to quite a few of our beneficiaries and other groups. Because if we're doing that only over 9 weeks, and we're doing what a tree can do in its lifetime of saving a ton of carbon, what else is there out there that we could be doing? How else could we be just doing what we usually do, but better? So another thing that we do, for example, is the no-dig system, which is fantastic in our current environment where we're mulching. We're not digging that mulch into the soil. We just leave it on top of the soil and allow the worms to go up and then come down. It improves aeration, it improves drainage, and it also improves the microorganisms in the ground. So we're not releasing carbon when we double digging, but we're also improving that microorganism, and that means that we get better productivity from the soil. Now, one of the questions that we were asked is, why don't we do that across Preston? Well, there's about 500 allotment plot holders. About 85% of them are male and are retired. And over the winter, what they do is they double dig the manure into the ground every year. If we stopped them from doing that or asked them not to, they wouldn't have anything to do over the winter, and it's more about their mental health. So sometimes when we're protecting the environment, we're thinking more about the humans in it than we are necessarily nature, because we've got a good relationship with nature and she'll forgive us some things if we're doing other things for her. I don't know whether you want me to open it up to questions, but I know I was a bit late, so I thought I'd better shorten the spiel.
Thanks ever so much, Annie. That was really good. I think I know the work that you've been doing a little bit, and I know that each year you do the Sustainability Festival, which is very, very popular. Would you like to tell us a little bit about that, please?
Oh yeah, definitely. So for the last 14 years, we've been delivering a spring festival. It started off quite low key, but we're fortunate at Let's Grow Preston to have lots of friends who wanted to come too. So we had about 30 stalls. We had Preston Mellor come in. We had brass bagpipes, local choirs, and we've done the same thing every year. We have lots of commercial stalls as well as community stalls. So there's usually about 37 stall holders now. And what we always ensure is that any stall holder that comes is within a 50-mile radius of our site in Ashton World Garden. And that's to do with the Preston model. But we also ensure that the people that are coming to sell their commercial products are all either recycling, upcycling.
So we just lost. Yeah,
we lost her. Okay, so we can just
recycling, minimal use of plastic, things like that. And we have lots of fit in your house, all sorts of over the last 15 years. So we're looking forward to next year already.
Yeah, no, it was a really good turnout. And one of the things that I was involved last year with the schools, and I know that, we got the schools involved and they did all these lovely posters. There was a competition, and, it's really nice to see children engaging as well. And you do get a lot of support from the local council, the mayor attends. So you did a fantastic, and no wonder you were the award winner there for the Preston Proud Awards this year. I think you got more than one award, didn't you? So well done. You're an inspiration to all of us.
Thank you very much indeed. I can't do it without all the support that I get from the volunteers and people like you, Kailash. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Very kind. Thank you. So over to you, honey. Did you want to ask anything?
No, but there's just one question that I like to ask everyone in this world, really. What do you think we should do? Each one of us needs to do to help make this world a better place in terms of the environment and protecting our planet. What would your pledge be? Because yesterday when we did our river blitz, we all did a beautiful wall map. And in this wall map, everybody went and designed their own little pledge. Like I made my little pledge, somebody else did a little pledge. So this year, 26, 27, this is what I'm going to focus on to support, to make this world a better place. What would that be of yours, Anne?
So, we're going to become a composting champion this year, which is another national organisation and recognition. And that means that we're going to be able to encourage more people to understand how composting works and to be able to compost more and reduce that landfill that we're all struggling with at the moment. So I think that's going to be my pledge. Be a community composting champion.
Oh, you're composting champion. We congratulate you for that. What a fantastic and unique concept, because there is so many areas that we could work on, whatever we're passionate about. And this is the message I'd like to give to the world, that look, whatever, it could even be, you having a shower and you use a shower for too long. You may decide, let's have shorter showers. It could be just simple things like that. But can you imagine if over a billion people decide to make a little change? What a shift would take place in this world, from different ways. So congratulations, fantastic, fantastic suggestion. And of course, we are now moving on to our next guest as well, Annie. Thank you very much for joining us here at the Healing Our Earth. You were fantastic. Thank you for your contribution, dear Kailashji. I'm just moving on and seeing if I can introduce our wonderful Seema Shah, who's joined us with that beautiful smile of hers and that lovely little painting that I love behind her. So let me share a little bit about our dear Seema. Dr. Seema Shah is a holistic professional whose passion for wellness stems from personal challenges, global exposure, and a relentless desire to empower others. This is through the transformative power of nutrition, health, coaching, mindset, yoga, meditation, and essential oils. So today, her subject is for people, for planet, for generations. Wow, what a powerful, powerful topic. So welcome, Seema ji. Global Namaste to you.
Global Namaste to everyone, and thank you for having me here.
You're so welcome. Thank you. Today is a very special day, which Kailashji and myself both, I know, agree to. The environment, protecting our planet. And your special your topic is very interesting for people, for planet, for generations, which is something that I think is dear to both of us, supporting youth, education, developing our new generations to have a right mindset into how to protect our planet. So please, Seema ji, tell us a little bit about what are you going to be sharing with our audiences today?
Okay, thank you so much. So today I'm going to be sharing exactly that. Now, coming from a clinical background and also the holistic health, what I'd like to do is highlight some statistics from a health point of view and how our actions affects not just our health, but our environment and what we do today. What you were talking about earlier, those small sustainable actions impact generations to come. Because it is said that we don't inherit the earth from our ancestors, we borrow it from our children. That's an ancient saying. So, I just want you to all ponder about that. If we think about it from that way and we're borrowing something, do we want to give it back at least as good as we've got it or better rather than a depleted version of it? So I just want that to be my key message for today. That
Seema, that's amazing. That's a really, really deep way of really a very wise message. Absolutely. I've never thought like that. I have never ever thought, borrow from the next generation. I have never thought that, but it's so powerful, isn't it? It's actually true because we're supposed to leave everything as it is for others. And we just take, and never give back. So we need to either replenish and give back as it is, or even better. For absolutely amazing. So today, will you be doing a special presentation? Do you have a presentation that you'll be sharing with us?
I'll be talking through because I want it to be something that people ponder over. So there'll be some questions immersed, some statistics involved as well.
Yes. So let me give you the floor to share whatever you'd like to share, and perhaps at the end of your presentation, I may have a few questions for you.
Oh, so, thank you.
Thank you.
Lovely. So global namaste to everyone, and I want you to think about this: that we're borrowing the earth from future generations, and that doesn't just mean humans; it's all living beings. And when we think about it that way, we can make an impact in a different way than just thinking about what we can do at this right moment. And everything we do, from the plastic bottles we use to the food we eat, to even the waste that we throw away, affects our health and the health of our children, grandchildren, and so on. And climate change isn't just about the melting glaciers or the rising temperature. It's, when we think about it from a health point of view, it's also about the hormone imbalance, the chronic diseases, mental health issues. It's the future of humanity and biodiversity. So with that in mind, the health of the people, the planet, and generations, in my experience, belief, so lived experience, what I do, what I believe, from the various disciplines that I worked in and embrace, that's all interconnected. When we are healthier, we have more vitality to look after our planet. And when we are healthier, it's the Darwinian theory, future generations, our species is healthier as well. So I'm going to talk about the three things for people, for planet, and for generations. And most importantly, what small actions can we take today to make that difference to ourselves and others? So let's start with for people. Now, pollution harms nature. We know that, but it also harms our bodies. It harms every living being. And scientists have found microplastics. So studies have been done, various studies globally. Microplastics have been found in, say, human blood when they've studied that, lungs, even placenta, breast milk, and reproductive organs. And what they've found is something we all know about the BPA, because a lot of plastics these days for the drinking bottles are BPA free or anything which is microwavable. But there are many other plastics which are hormone or endocrine disruptors. And they cause a lot of issues because our body is a delicate system. When one part isn't working efficiently, it has a knock-on effect on the other areas as well. So studies estimate, so of this, when I was going to talk about this, I did some studies, some background research, and studies estimate that each of us ingest, and this was really shocking to me, about 1 credit card worth of plastic every single week through the food we eat, the water we consume, and the air we breathe as well. Now that is really a high amount. And Like I mentioned, the BPA exposure, which is a component of some microplastics, is linked scientifically to reduced fertility, early puberty, and other hormonal balances like even thyroid issues. In 2023, there was a study shown, and it showed that microplastics were in human placenta. So what we do today is affecting our future generations, and it will affect generations to come. It's also known that male fertility rate, which is linked to these microplastics, has decreased by over 50% over the last 40 years. Now that, for us as a species, and if it's affecting us, the plastics affecting the aquatic life and other biodiverse areas, is a great, great implicator of why these changes need to be made. So let's leave plastics to one side and let's move on to animal agriculture. Another issue from a health point of view for us people is the use in animal agriculture of antibiotics, steroids like growth hormones. Now, these are used, to prevent the diseases, especially when animals are basically in a condition where the breeding is very close to each other, and they want these animals to grow quickly. So they're producing milk quickly, for example, if it's dairy, or the meat production. And growth hormones means more to sell commercially. It is also known that over 70% of antibiotics used globally is used for livestock or animal farming. And that is a large amount. And for us people, that impacts us because of something called antibiotic resistance. So for those that consume animal products, if it's in the structure, be it, for example, the meat, the dairy, so milk, cheese, anything where there's antibiotics, growth hormones, it's going to affect us as well. And hormone residues can then be a runoff through the waterways and affect other aquatic wildlife as well. So just something to bear in mind. Are we choosing things which are conscious in terms of how it is produced, where it's produced, and the impact that we are having? We all vote with our wallets. Are we voting wisely or otherwise? Because everything we do, every action we take is a what? We're creating demand. So the supply reflects on that. So some actions that I'd like you to think about, maybe even if doing one of this is something that resonates, it will help to make an impact. One of them is, instead of plastic, where possible, using reusable things like stainless steel bottles or glass bottles, things like that, really easily can be done and incorporated. In fact, I know a lot of Indian households also have the stainless steel utensils, which can be passed down from generation to generation, which I've talked about in a previous episode. The other thing is something that I've also mentioned in a previous episode, the slow food thing, which is seasonal, local, organic, and wholesome, because it's less air miles, so less of the carbon footprint. When it's seasonal, it's more nutritious. Organic means less of the chemicals leaching into our soils and then the runoff through the waterways, affecting us and other living beings. And wholesome, it's healthier for us. Anything with additives and all those other ingredients is simply, again, causing a lot of chronic diseases according to scientific studies. So if you can think about implementing any of these things, either eating a bit more organically or growing your own, supporting local farmers, eating seasonally, wholesome foods where possible for your own health and well-being and that of the planet, as well as basically seeing where the food is coming from. Is it packaged in a way where there's a lot of plastics? Is it like things which have got wax, like some of the citruses have got the wax layer on it? What is the process? Even before we put something in our mouth, there's a long process that goes through. So a lot of opportunities for toxins and other things in our food chain that we've got to be conscious of. So think about one way. My call to action for you is make an impact for your own health and well-being. I'll give you a moment. If you got a journal or something, please note down what one action would you like to take which impacts your health and well-being, which will impact the planet and future generations to come. And now let's move on to the second part, which is for planet. Now, the earth is not just a resource for us. It is our life support system. When we think broadly, we all have one home. That's our planet Earth in our human existence. And it's our individual and collective responsibility to look after our one home. Like I mentioned at the beginning, we are borrowing the earth from our future generations. So we've got to be conscious of that. The earth gives us the planet, the air we breathe, the water we drink, the soils that provide the food that we eat, and the ecosystems that sustain us, because without that ecosystem, we are just merely one species out of trillions of species on this planet. And we've got to look after not just ourselves, but the others as well. Yet, it is really sad, but it's human activity that's pushing the earth beyond her self-limits. And studies, so statistics show that the last decade recorded in history has been the warmest decade ever recorded. And the global carbon dioxide levels recorded have been the highest, and scientists estimate it's been the highest for the last 800,000 years. The other thing which was really shocking when I did my research to me was scientists estimate that if we carry on with plastics, their disposal, their exposure, and how they leach, then by the year 2050, they've estimated that there'll be more plastics in our water systems, like the oceans, than the actual marine life. So that's the impact we've got to think about. And deforestation and biodiversity causes its own issues. The forests are lungs of the planet. And when there's deforestation, then it affects habitats, it affects pollution, climate changes, and it's due to overconsumption, like forests cleared off either due to habitats for humans or for other agriculture. Studies show that approximately 10 million hectares of forests are cut down every year, and we're losing the capacity, the lungs of planet Earth slowly. So actions, if you can think of one of these actions for the planet, it's to reduce the waste, which then is leached out, recycle where possible, and to reduce things that cause emissions. So wherever possible, using public transport, walking, cycling. So being conscious of these actions when it comes to fossil fuels, reducing food waste. Food waste is one major way, especially in the Western world, that resources are wasted. And if possible, leave the lungs of planet Earth breathing better by things like planting trees and other crops. So we're helping the air to get clearer and helping future generations. So that's the second part. And then the third part is generations. So we've talked about for people, for planet, and for generations. Now, like I mentioned, we're borrowing the earth from our children. What legacy do we want to leave behind for them? And children are very vulnerable from a health point of view, developing brains, developing bodies. The endocrine disruptors that I talked about earlier impacts children even more. And like I mentioned, the placenta has traces according to studies of microplastics. So it's affecting us in terms of fertility, neurological development, metabolism, and immune health. Rate of allergies highest in children ever known. And studies show that if global warming exceeds 1.5 degrees centigrade, and this is an estimate, future generations will be faced with food shortages, water shortages, extreme weather, and mass displacement. So it is a crisis. Climate change is a crisis, and we've got to act now. The choices we make today as people for our planet and for generations to come will go a long way. And it doesn't have to be big changes. Small, sustainable changes we make on a daily basis matter, individually and collectively. Let us start with our homes, schools, communities, even conversations, and at a larger levels like government levels as well. So thank you so much, and make that change right from this moment in whatever way you can. Thank you.
That's absolutely amazing. Wow, what wonderful facts, and really, really disturbing actually. And if we do not take any action from this day onwards, I think that we're going to be in a lot of trouble. Can you imagine what you just said from my side as well? I've heard the fact that the soil, for example, I kind of wrote this down. It says a single tree can be a powerful air cleaner, and a mature tree can absorb significant amounts of carbon dioxide and release enough oxygen to support several people. So this is every single day. So trees also help to cool cities, reduce pollution, of course, and provide habitats to wildlife. But the fact that it sustains human beings, so humans do not understand the fact that you're actually destroying the exact thing that's giving them life. So that's a bit unusual as well. And when you look at things like soil, they say soil is alive because just one teaspoon, this is just one little teaspoon of healthy soil, can contain billions of microorganisms, including bacteria, fungi, and other tiny life forms. And these organisms help recycle nutrients, support plant growth, and maintain healthy ecosystems. So protecting our systems, like you shared with the facts. And of course, Sudhirji, who's going to be our next guest, will be the perfect person to talk a bit more about this because he's the expert in this field. But Seemaji, I just wanted to share and say thank you so much for your contribution, enlightening our wonderful audience members around the world. And hopefully, when they hear these statistics, maybe encouraging them to take action immediately. Any final messages before we move on to Sudhirji?
No, I'd just like to say thank you to the whole team at Healing Our Earth. And thank you so much for educating us, enlightening us, and it goes a long way. Every single message that resonates with even one soul at a time makes a massive difference. So thank you so much.
Oh, that's amazing. Well, thank you so much. Have a fantastic weekend. And we now move on from this wonderful Dr. Seema Shah right through to India with a wonderful gentleman and dear friend now, Dr. Sudhir Sharan, who's just joined us. A global namaste, dear Sudhirji. And before Sudhirji comes on board, let me do a little quick introduction about this amazing, incredible gentleman. Dr. Sudhir Sharan is a business and management expert who holds a degree in agriculture from Banaras Hindu University and PGDM from, I believe it's IIM Ahmedabad. Rather than directly managing agricultural operations, his professional focus lies in international consulting. And not just that, also business education and sustainable development. I would say he's amazing. He's a senior resident contributor at Healing Our Earth. And we are very shortly going to be working on some amazing environmental projects together. So, dear Dr. Sudhirji, I just wanted to welcome you here. Global Namaste. And tell us, what are you?
Thank you, Global Namaste.
And dear Sudhirji, what are
Please
you?
continue, Dr. Hani.
Yes, what are you going to be sharing with us today? Because we are so super excited to hear your words of wisdom. What are the next set of pearls of wisdom that you're going to share with us today?
So, thank you. I'm very excited to be here with you all because climate is really, really, really important. We have been really not doing our best for the last 4 generations, if not longer. And we are at a point that we have to sit down and introspect and think very seriously.
Yes.
So to answer your question, what do I have? The theme I have is, what can one individual do in order to manage climate crisis?
That's amazing. Because today earlier, we're looking forward, because a lot of young people also watch these programs, and we're looking also forward to educating our new generation that what can each one of us do so that collectively we can make a huge difference.
And in this mission, so to speak, I have with me a great individual, Harpreet. Harpreet started his journey of life with struggles which nobody should face so early in life.
Yes.
And when he speaks, you will feel what one individual can do in the field of climate.
Wow.
I will not spoil the story. I will let him narrate it, and we will be telling some part of the story together with Harpreet.
Ah,
So
very
that is
nice.
the first gem I'm presenting before you.
Ah, so there's all elements of
Then,
surprise. So this is always very exciting when he speaks to us. And Harpreet ji, I just wanted to say a very warm welcome to Global and a Global Namaste on our wonderful global online platform, Healing Our Earth.
Thank you. Global Namaste to all of you.
And Harpreet ji, I'm going to leave the platform for both you and Sudhirji to share whatever you'd like to share with the world out there. So I'm going to give you the platform, and I'm going to be all listening to both of you. So enjoy.
Pleasure is all mine. Pleasure is all mine.
Thank you. Enjoy.
Yes.
All yours, Sudhirji. All yours.
The second diamond I'm presenting to you is Prashant. I'm very proud to share with you. I was, in the same university as Prashant, albeit 14 years before he came. And then, as luck will have it, I was his professor of business management in a place called Birla Institute of Technology, Ranchi. So we share a very special bond, which only two minds who form a relationship early in life can share. So that's Prashant for you. And he'll be talking about the challenges of food security in the third world. And that's his individual contribution. Then I have another shining diamond with you, Ankita, who is an architect by profession. And what she tells you is, how does a building contribute to the management of climate crisis? Each of them, I promise you, bring a brilliantly new angle to the question of climate crisis and its management. Each of them, in their own rights, bring very fresh thoughts for you all. And I'm sure you'll find every moment you listen to them, you will be enriching your own thoughts and strategies for handling this complex problem of climate crisis. crisis. So this is the short introduction. Let me not rob you of the pleasure of listening to them directly. I will first bring Harpreet, next I'll bring Ankita, and finally I'll bring Prashant. And in between, I'll be putting in some of my own thoughts. What can one man do in order to manage the climate crisis? So that's Honey for us. That's Neil for us, and that's our fellow Heal Our Earth mission members and missionaries. That's what we have for you today.
Oh, we're very looking forward to this. So very excited. And I know we're moving on to Harpreet Singh Ji. So I know you're going to be sharing some information, and I'm sure Sudhir Ji will be putting his points in between. So Harpreet Ji, please share the message that you have with the world here.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I would like to.
The stage is yours.
Thank you. So I would like to share a presentation.
Yes. We are all ears.
So
He's sharing his journey from age 14. Continue, please.
Yeah, thank you. So is my screen visible to all of you?
Yes, we can see it. Thank you very much.
So once again, a global namaste. So myself, Harpreet Singh. So I'll introduce a brief journey about myself from farming to a food entrepreneurship. So this lovely journey started at 14 years of age. I started farming when I was just 14. I lost my father when I was 11 years old, so the family responsibilities came a bit early to my shoulders. So at the time when I started farming, the prices of wheat was just 650 rupees a quintal, say 100 kgs, and the paddy rice prices was just 590 rupees for 100 kgs. And the land at my village was costing 7 lakh rupees a acre. So that means the quantity of rice and paddy which were grown on the fields, but not giving the returns even the 5% of the value of the land. So if money is in the bank, earns 8% safely, why shouldn't a farmer earn at least 10%? So this was the reality of farming, which made me frightened for the future, that how one will sustain doing the agriculture and doing the crops for the generations. So the reality of farming, high investment, farmers invest land, labor, seed, fertilizers, water and machinery into every crop. High risk, complete dependence on market fluctuations and unpredictable weather patterns. Zero power, the power of food has the producer of the food has the least bargaining power and cannot decide the selling price. So I converted my farm into an organic farm and innovation. We started doing innovations. We experimented with the crops, natural methods, value creations. So 5 years of struggle, experimenting with the crops. We did the experiments with black gram, mustard, sugarcane, wheat, vegetables, etc. Obstacles were uncertain demand and the market exploitation. And the logistics, high transportation costs, and lack of consumer awareness. Searching for 5 years for the right crop and market and pricing model. So there was a turning point in my life when a simple chapati calculation revealed the power of value addition. So a raw wheat was costing 650 rupees a kg when a chapati's revenue is almost 15x. It's 90 to 105 rupees. So one fine day when I was returning back from the market, I was seeking the market for the organic produce, but there were least options available for an organic farmer to sell the produce. So I was very disappointed. So I was very hungry also. So I sat on a roadside eatery joint where the fellow was preparing a dough out of wheat flour. I just asked him one simple question. How many chapatis can be made out of 1 kg of wheat flour? His answer was 35 to 40. And it shook me deeply. So the value addition of 1 kg wheat sold as a flour earns a fraction of the same wheat served as a food. So then we started from production to processing and market access, building agriculture values. So along with the cluster of my 5-6 farmer friends, we just started a journey to make the value additions to our crops. In 2011, an idea born on my farm became a food business. So I started this initiative. We named it Punjabi Handi. And in 2011, the objectives and add significant value to the agriculture produce, connect directly with the final consumer, bypass the market fluctuations and price control, prove that agriculture and entrepreneurship are inseparable. So these are the some real pictures of my farm produce, the fruits and vegetables that we grow at our farm organically without generating much food carbon footprints. So this is our. So my philosophy is that we should leave the land better than we found it. That's the greatest gift to the future generations we can give. So this is our first branch, which was inaugurated in 2011. This is the second branch. This is the third branch. So we have 3 branches right now. The entire produce that we grow at our farm, we process it, and we process it very organically. And our previous speaker was raising a concern about the plastic usage. So we have a dairy farm, and we use the recycled material for transportation of our milk. We don't use the polythene bags and other such materials. And we are just trying to decrease the plastic bottle. We are replacing it with this glass bottles. So at our hotel, we are trying to replace it with these glass bottles. This is decreasing the footprint. So the strategic takeaways, farming and returns, production alone does not guarantee fair income. Value addition, it is the essential bridge between. Yes,
Harpreet, can I have a dialogue with you now before
Please,
you go to the takeaways?
Please, sir, my pleasure.
Are you comfortable?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's go back to the pictures of the produce from your beautiful farm. You had pictures which you showed us, correct? Yes, these ones. Yeah, stop here. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to look at those, fruits in the right upper bucket. And there is one which is straight and the other is in alphabet C. Okay? To most of you, there may not be much to observe here, but Harpreet, do you know that if I put calcium and boron just before the flowering stage of the rich gourd, then all of them will be straight. That is the science. And you have a gold mine of information right there in Pantnagar, where we have one of Asia's leading universities in agriculture, Govind Ballabh Pant University of Agriculture Technology, which is also my alma mater. I went there in 72, graduated in 75. So, do you realize that the people who are concerned about climate crisis have so much to learn from that one picture of yours, that if the climate were not adverse and if the farmers were not given a raw deal, will be giving a better position to the world as far as simple things like green vegetables are concerned. So as a farmer, do you realize you know the technology, but as you pointed out, if you don't do value addition, if you don't do accessing the right customer segments, the farmer gets much less than a fixed deposit does in a bank. Are you in agreement with this observation, this assessment
Yes.
of mine about the farmer situation? in India at least, and in Rudrapur area? Does this happen?
Obviously, Dr. Sharan, farmers has to come up with a cluster approach, because say universities have the big platform, but if a farmer individually approaches the university, I don't think so there'll be a good means of communication with each other. But if it's a cluster approach and university has that platforms, and yes, I'm sure that farmers will get the good benefit out of it. And in fact, not only the farmers,
So,
if farmer
honey,
is getting the benefit, the entire society is getting the benefit.
So, honey, now we have a roadmap that the assets are there in our society, which will not only improve the produce, it will improve our health, it will improve our motivation, and will be able to address the question of climate management much better. We have the resources, we have to organize them, and Harpreet will be the right person on the ground level to take up this chance. So today we are not simply talking, honey, and Neil, we have, resolved that. I'll be working in Rudrapur with Harpreet, shoulder to shoulder, to tackle the climate issues as much as we can. And that is what we mean. What can one man do? Now we are two men together. Continue, Harpreet.
And
Let's
Sudhir,
go to your.
and Sudhir, we are not just two men. We are so many people now at Healing Our Earth. What Harpreet has done is fantastic. A Punjabi brain, which is normally good at agriculture and engineering, because Punjabis are very good, he has put Gujarati brain in this, and he has done a calculation on it. This is the first time I have seen somebody who has actually correlated per acre value with the growth. So you can see Harpreet at a young age has brought the quantum analysis to an international level. So Harpreet should be connected with the PHI organization of Spain, which I will like you to arrange with Amrita, Sudhir, and let's have an off Zoom conversation, because there could be a country to country exchange. And Harpreet is hands-on. Look, here he is on the tractor farming. Then he suddenly decided to go into venues, halls, and a restaurant. So Sudhir has agreed. You are going to introduce him to Nishan Chobe in Delhi, so that they can expand into a professional Michelin standard restaurant. And Harpreet, nothing is stopping you to take this global. Carry on with your presentation, and we'll discuss and introduce few people. Over to you, Harpreet.
Thank you, sir. So the initiatives we took over a couple of years. So as we have diagnosed the water of our area, so the water has a lot of calcium in our region. So when we were doing the flood irrigation, especially with the paddies, so there was the over-calcification of the land happening, closing the pores and making the soil very hard and fatigued. So so we took this initiative 4 years back. We stopped doing the mass production of paddy, and we converted into green manuring, and then we converted our lands into fodders, organic fodders for the cows. Because during this time, basically summertime, there is a shortage of fodder all around, and the people who are having cattle, generally, if they don't have land but they have cattle, they buy fodder from outside, and the fodder which is available in the market is totally urea based and chemical based. So this was our contribution to the Mother Earth, that instead of doing the paddy farming, we were doing paddy just for our own consumption, maybe an acre or a half. Rest we were doing the fodder for the kettles, and we were doing it organically without any chemicals. And initially we used to do the green manuring first, because fodder cycle, the first cycle starts in 45 days, so we have enough time to give the proper nutrition through green manuring. So we use a lot of fermented cow dung, and we use a lot of green crops such as some pulses, which we harvest in the soil, so that to retain the fertility of the soil. So let me conclude with this strategic takeaways. I'll come back. So farming and returns, production alone does not guarantee fair income, and value addition, it is the essential bridge between field and profit. So market assess. So what we have observed, that knowing how to sell is as important as knowing how to grow. So until and unless we have the right produce, but we don't have the right person to whom we should pitch, so I don't think so it create value. So economic transformations, processing can redefine agriculture economics. Consumer direct, eliminating middlemen, captures the entire value chain. Not only it captures the value chain, but it also provides innovation, often comes from everyday experience. Say suppose when we were processing this organic wheat of us, so we do a process where we generally break the gluten of the wheat. So there are three traditional processes which were initially being used in India. The wheat was harvested at least 2 or 3 days before. Finally, the final ripening stage, we will harvest the wheat 2-3 days early, so that the final ripening will be done under sun. It's not on the plant. The final wheat will be ripened under sun. So it will be sun charged for 2 days. 30% of the gluten breaks if a wheat is pre-harvested and sun-dried for 2 days. Moisture evaporates and gluten stables. Then it's an old tradition in India, we generally don't eat live grains. We generally procure them for at least a year. We make them old. We don't eat new grains. In India, it's a saying. Our ancestors used to say that new wheat and new rice are not good for the health. The main reason is for the wheat, gluten. So when we are storing the wheat, so we have a storage capacity of 200 and 250 quintals. So we store the wheat for a year at least with neem leaves and with some sort of natural elements which we add just to keep the wheat free from pests and any sort of foreign element. And then after a year, when it's almost, the gluten comes back to almost more, 25% gluten is broken more, then we soak it for 6 hours in the water with the pH of 7. So when 7 pH water, wheat is soaked in 7 pH water for 6 hours, 30% gluten is broken down there. So right from the harvest till the wheat converting into a flour, we have eliminated 50% of the gluten, which might harm the gut health. So this was the traditional practice which was being followed since years in our country. But as far as now urbanization is concerned, so we are very fast people in urban. So as soon as the wheat reaches the mandis, and it start immediately, the middlemen sell it to the flour millers, and flour millers immediately mill it. It's hardly a 1.5 months gap from the wheat getting harvested and getting milled and getting packed. So this report has been published on internet as well, that in India a lot of indigestion and diarrhea cases happens during the April and June period. Lot of heat is there, summers are on the door knocking, and new wheat is in the market, and people are eating without this awareness that what will this new wheat do to their gut health. So we have taken this measure. We don't process the wheat until it's 1 year old. So first we ferment it for a year. We store it in our cylinders, big cylinders, which we have specially designed for wheat, and then we process it. So the future of farming, so organic farmer and a market seeker, food entrepreneur, if they all come together, then we can think of something better. The future of farming lies not only in growing food, but also creating value from it. So I'll just conclude by a small saying, a small story that my grandfather dictated me once. So there is a term called Kastkar and Kisan. So Kisan is the farmer, major farmer, who do the plowing and who do the field work. And the Kastkar is the Shaukar, who is the landowner. So in easy terms, we can differentiate into a laborer and a landowner. So our first Guru, Guru Nanak Dev Ji, gave a beautiful definition to the Kastkar and the Kisan. So he told us that a laborer or a Kisan is the guy who will move to the field 6 o'clock with the plow in his hand and will irrigate the fields, will do the manual work in the fields. And the shahukar or the kastkar or the owner of the land has this duty to prepare 2 cups of tea in the morning, 7 o'clock, with 2 biscuits or breads or cookies, and along with 2 glasses reach the field and offer him 1 cup and drink with him the other cup. So that definition shows that both are equally partnered in this process. The laborer is also, because farming cannot be done in case labor is not available, and it cannot be done in case the landowner is not available. So our upbringing is of that level that our grandfather used to let us know that these fields need rest now. So many times we have seen 30 acres, 40 acres of a land patch is just left for green manuring. For entire 6 months, no crop was grown on that field. So I used to ask my grandfather why we are not growing anything. We have so much of land, and it's just we are just growing something and we are cultivating it in the land. So he used to say, this is our mother, and our mother also get tired. So we should care for her. So so these are the morals that are imbibed in our blood, and these are the things which we have learned from our ancestors. So we always try to. So my son is 7 years old, and he is very fond of doing farming right from this age. So he knows what sort of crops we grow. He knows the biodynamic calendar we use. He knows what sort of organic formalizations we make out of cow dung. We use a lot of Jiva Amrit. We use a lot of Gan Amrit. We do a lot of neem coatings, and we have entire formalizations which we prepare on our own farm with the desi cows. So finally, my presentation will not be complete if I will not give my special thanks to Dr. Sharan for introducing me to such intellectuals with the same agenda to heal our Mother Earth. And I will give my best, whatever responsibility I will feel like on contributing myself to heal our Mother Earth. I will try and give my best for the same. Thank you. And I would like to conclude with one video. We at our farm not only we are looking after, we are not growing crops for the human beings. So I have almost 9 to 10 fruits at my farm. So we almost leave 10% of the fruits on every tree for the birds to keep the zoology stable at my farm. So I would like to show you one video of my farm.
This is beautiful. Let me tell you all. This video is beautiful, and we will discuss, if time permits, what is the impact on climate of what we are going to see in that video.
So you can see this tree has been pruned in a way that no man should reach the fruit. So we have kept these fruits only for the house sparrows. So we have almost 35 house nests of the sparrows here. So this is the video of my farm. And some new constructions are also going on. So we generally leave the 10% of every 10% of every fruit just for them. Thank you.
Beautiful, Harpreet. Wonderful contribution to the society. Good holistic approach. Earlier, when you were not here, Manuel came from Spain, from PHI. And I think, Sudhir, you, Amrita, Honey, Anakul, if we do an offline, because we are live into the public at the moment, Harpreet should do some exchange of students or exchange of ideas. And Manuel's idea was exactly what Harpreet is also doing, holistic way, removing pesticides and artificial matters that goes. So Harpreet, excellent presentation. right way of presenting. It was exciting, not just from environmental point of view, but you actually did quantum analysis. Then it was to grow, produce, and put it on the dinner plate of the consumer. So you have created an environment all the way, not just farming, restaurants. So I think this complete total solution is very exciting. So, honey, this is one where you, Manuel, and Amrita and Sudhir, everybody get together and let's grow this into a global project. And particularly the fact that we can take maybe like honey in your case, maybe in December, the children picnic to Harpreet's farm would be very good, which Sudhir will discuss further. Harpreet, your model can be very good inspiration for children and give them a proof because you started as a child. You were very young when you started. So you have lived the journey. You have walked the journey. It's fantastic. Honey, your comment and before we move to Ankita.
Absolutely. I really, really enjoyed listening to your presentation, Harpreet. I love the entrepreneurship as well. Side of it, because at the end of the day, people have to understand that everything, when we sit and go to a shop and we eat something and we buy a packet, it's not just a packet being bought from the shop. There was somebody who was growing it, somebody who was harvesting it, somebody who was taking it and delivering it, then it came in a cruise or somewhere, in a boat somewhere and got delivered. There's a whole process of this thing happening, and it all starts off from the beautiful farmers, and if the initial food is really of good quality, then the end person who's buying it, like the customer, will always end up getting this good quality food. I'm so super excited to come and visit your place myself because I'm an organic lover, organic food lover. So, when Neilji mentioned, he's always very good with all his fantastic ideas, and Sudhirji as well. I think I'm very, very excited to see for the International Children's Peace Assembly. We have a day that we could spend with yourselves, with your organizations, and perhaps give our children, our young children, global children from all over the world who will be coming to visit Delhi in December 2026 to come and visit your farm. And perhaps if you could be kind enough to host us, we are very much.
Pleasure.
Yeah, we're very much looking forward to discussing it further to see how to move things forward. Now, I'm, of course, going to pass on the actual floor back to dear Sudhirji. Sudhirji, I know you have a fantastic guest that you're going to be introducing, Mr. Prashant Sharma. Prashantji, we, of course, a global namaste to you. We welcome you to Healing Our Earth. And please, Sudhirji, do a wonderful introduction so we get to understand who our new friend is.
Prashant has been, thank you, honey. And I have just one thing to say before we leave off with Harpreet. We partnered together with his Kaushalya Organic Farm, and I put in my know-how. And now we are going a step beyond organic. We are going to something we call Kaushalya Nature Farm. And you will find something very perfect there. So what Prashant has is the kingdom of the animals as well there. Unless you feed your animals well, you don't get complete nutrition. So now I invite Prashant Sharma, and he will tell you what he sees is there in order to solve the food security issue in the third world. And then we'll go to Ankita. Okay, that's it. Prashant, the stage is all yours. Mic is all yours. Welcome, my friend.
Thank you, Dr. Sharan. Global namaste to everyone. I think it's a great opportunity to be here. Thank you for having me here because when you get to know that there are so many people who are like thinking, like-minded, and the amount of work that they have done, it actually inspires you to do more. And special thank to Dr. Seema Dr. Seema Shah, because her talk I was listening, and basically it rings bells for me as I am an agriculturist by training, and a disciple of Dr. Sharan. He was my professor. He is my senior from my alma mater. So, and it is a long association now. I believe it is close to 30 years, 32 years to be precise, that I rubbed the rather I was rubbed by Dr. Sharan, polished maybe in a good way, but this has been a journey, because agriculture in India, we normally say that it's a lifestyle. It's not a profession. It is a lifestyle, and the Indian farmer has been doing it for many generations. Things have changed, and things have changed for good. Things have changed for bad. It is the sword has cut both the ways. So as Harpreet ji was talking about the value of wheat when he started to the value of wheat today, the productivity of wheat when he started, productivity of wheat today, we are always in a challenge what to do when it comes to the market forces and then the sustainability of our farmers. So we have got, and I'll talk about world, we have got 8 billion mouths to feed. And sadly, but most of these, at least 70% of these, live in third world countries. So the stark reality is that the land is less and we have more mouths to feed. So we have to move towards the newer technologies. We have to move towards the newer methods. But then there is generations, and I would say there is 5,000 years of knowledge which the Indian system, or which I would say the third world countries, have got their own knowledge set or their own skill set, which needs to be appreciated, learned, and implemented in a localized manner. For
So Prashant, will you like to show us your slides?
Sure.
You have prepared, so you can share it now, and
Yeah.
then we can have a crisp, crystal clear grasp of what is the challenge. Yes.
Yeah.
So the moment you are ready, please share it.
So, is it visible now? I'm sharing it on.
Not yet.
You need to share the screen. So if you go to the bottom,
Yeah, I've shared.
Yes, and then select the presentation, then share the screen, and the screen will turn into share. So select what you want to show, click it on, and then share the screen. So Sudhir, this is while Prashant is doing this. Prashant, take your time. So we'll tell you as soon as it kicks in. What a wonderful presentation by Harpreet and following by Prashant. These are all important stalwarts. So Sudhir, you did promise that, Neil, look, I'm going to bring some excellent speakers who are very good for our next project, and you are very right. Let us take them and expose them to other countries, particularly Uganda, Kenya, Mauritius, Spain, because that's the way to do the network. Prashant, we are just
Prashant has been working, Neil will be happy. Prashant has been working in Africa.
Okay, Prashant, yes, now if you put it on a slide, yes, perfect, it's beautiful. Off you go, Prashant.
Yeah, thank you. So, just to give you a background, basically, I have been working with mostly agriculture. The start of my career was with an alternate medicine company in India, and then working through the corporate ladder. Have worked for Cargill, for Dahoo's, which is Cargill is an American entity, Dahoo's is a Dutch entity, and then and finally 6 years back, I took the leap of faith. So that's when I came up with a concept of Woden, which is which signifies water, and So our focus was sustainable agriculture for the Indian farmers. Now, when we see the present situation, the Indian farmer goes through a lot of crisis when it comes to the climatic challenges. And this is a everyday fight because he's seeing those changes happening every day. If you see from the food prices or the wheat price or the rice price to vegetable prices, the prices have been moving north, the quality has been moving south, the soil quality has been depleting. So the first effort is to understand this drivers. What are these thermodynamic drivers which are actually driving this? And then what are the socio-economic vulnerabilities of the people? Now, there are global solutions, but those global solutions will have to be pitted in with the local solutions, or the local knowledge has to become important when we try to find solutions to such problems, because then we find the rapid or fast engagement of the farmers. Yeah.
Let's go through the slides, and then we will have a discussion so that we can manage within the time we have.
So when it comes to the drivers, basically limited to agriculture, you will see that there is a thermal stress with 1% increase. The grain output or the grain yield decreases by around 5 to 10%. The Asian subcontinent has seen some phenomenal rise in the temperature. The summer heat has been exhaustive. With this temperature increase, there is a shift in the monsoon patterns. The monsoon have been either delayed or very early. The Indian plains, when they get heated, they pull in the wet air from the seas. That is when this air holds a lot of moisture. Either there is a flash flood because there is a cloudburst, or that may lead to an extended rain shadow areas or the droughts. Now, what happens further is that it leads to a huge biotic pressure where the cycles of all the crops get impacted, as well as the pests and pathogens that survive. Now, there was an old saying in the Indian system where they used to say ki, after Deepavali or after Diwali, the pest will die because the winter chill will start setting in. That no longer happens now. In fact, the winters have gone shorter and shorter, so the healthier period for the crops and the animals has become very short. The hot and humid climate the period has increased, and that I think is a very ambient temperature, ambient climate for the pest, for the pathogens to multiply and grow. Now, if you see what is it doing to the Southeast Asia and Africa, there is a rain-fed trap because a lot of crops, a lot of land is right now also rain-fed. So all the rain-fed areas, the irrigation patterns have changed. Since the monsoon patterns have changed, the irrigation patterns have changed. So wheat earlier, which used to take 6 wheat, which was earlier 6 irrigations, now there's no more winter rains. Or if there are winter rains, there would be huge or massive rains that will happen. There are certain areas where soybean is grown in Madhya Pradesh. The monsoon rain actually washed away the complete fields. So all such extreme weather events are creating pressure for the farmers. That it includes efforts or the labor, it includes money, and it also includes a lot of financial instability or a debt trap that the farmer falls in. This is basically this holds true when you look at what sort of farmer profile do we have. India or all the other third world countries have got small marginal farmers who are contributing to about 70% of our total output. Now, if these small stakeholders get at risk, the output of the country gets impacted. The third aspect of it is that when a small marginal farmer is either he is holding 2 cattle or 4 cattle and he has got a small patch of land, the economics works out by being able to grow grains and food for his family on that patch of land, and the animals are actually taking care of his daily protein requirement, one part, and a cash flow, second part. So there is some amount of milk which he retains in his household, and there's some part of milk which he sells off. Now, if the system breaks, the survival of a whole family is at a risk. Now, if there is not substantial for a farmer to have, what will happen? The end result is the urban migration that we see. Then the other aspect is the technological inequalities which are there because they are small marginal farmers. He can't afford a tractor. He can't afford a modern harrow. I was hearing a few people earlier, and they said silage making and other aspects. This gentleman cannot do that. And most of the third world countries, you have got that sort of population who would not be in a position to get a silage maker or a bale maker. Coupled with it, then there is a demographic boom which has happened in most of these countries, because I feel that when other things are not there, the only form of recreation that is left with people is making babies. So there is a demographic boom, which is population boom that happened. Now that we are reaping the demographic dividend also. I'm not against. I'm not saying that we are not reaping that demographic dividend, but it is also creating extra pressure for the country to feed those mouths.
So what's the solution you recommend we look forward to?
Yeah, so this is a very common case study, which is the monsoon paradox of India. With India being a net exporter of wheat, India actually had to ban wheat in 2002 because of the El Nino stage, where the wheat production so wheat requires a lot of winter period for it to do the seed setting and the seed weight. Now, if those winter chill is not there, the wheat will not gain weight, or it will have what we call in West as the feed wheat, or a shriveled wheat is what the produce would be. So the production goes down, and that's what India faced in 2022. So we had to put in an export boom because export ban, because we realized that if the situation remains that, and I think everyone will remember that the wheat prices went from 16 rupees a kilo to 24 rupees a kilo within that same period.
So Prashant, in terms of managing the climate crisis, what are the two things you as a person who is at the grassroots level recommend we as a society follow? Two things which you think we should follow, and then we'll come back to you for more details.
Prashant, if you
get my point? For climate crisis and the individual level initiative, What two things you, as a person who knows it from inside out, will recommend we do?
So if you can stop screen share so we can listen to your expressions and things, and then time is very short. We need to go to Ankit. Yes, that's it. Go on, please answer Sudhir's question. Thank you, Prashant.
Yeah. So if you see, Indian farmer has been very ingenuity driven person. He's a very innovative person.
Yeah.
So
very true. Very ingenious.
I will give you an example of potatoes. In India, the potato is a winter crop. And what happens is that if you have a winter chill or a cold winter night, the starch made in the leaf will get transported to the root or to the stem. But if you don't have a long winter night, this will not happen. So the potato size would be small.
Correct.
Now, understanding this, the two parts of one part is the technology where we came up with the new varieties of potato, which are of shorter duration because winters are getting shorter here in Western or North India. So one is developing a new variety, which is actually more apt, more suited to the climate, and another is when the farmer started delaying the crop further. So now, if you will see, the sowing will happen somewhere in late October, and the harvest will happen in early January or early February or late January. If we shift this, there is another important area which is Gujarat, which everyone knows is a very hot and humid climates. So there, the farmer has actually shifted his whole cropping or crop rotation from October to December. The whole potato gets harvested in the in the early months of early weeks of January. So that is one way of countering the climate challenge that is arising. But the other part of it, what I wanted to emphasize on is that with all such changes in technology, in the practices of agriculture, we also need to go back to the roots, where the uh, the the older varieties of wheat. I think people from India will realize the Khapli wheat coming in from MP, which is a gene pool which was non-existent. Maybe in small pockets it was available, has now become popularized over last 5 years.
What you are saying, Prashant, is, of course, the past errors have brought us to this point of climate challenge. But thank God we have knowledge areas from ancestors, and we have modern science of plant breeding to bring some new crops. So there is hope. That's what you are saying. I understand correctly?
Exactly.
Continue.
And the second important area, which I think was briefly touched upon, was the livestock part.
Yes.
The livestock.
We'll come back to that.
Yeah.
I'll come back to that. Okay. Because that's another very important one. I don't want to leave it lightly. So thank you for giving us hope that climate crisis is not like water come right to the nose level. We have hope. Yes.
We still have
so we'll
time.
come back to you. We'll come back to Harpreet also. Now we are going to Ankita, a new discipline, the architect, and let's see what she suggests we do as an individual, metaphorically speaking, to solve the problem of climate crisis. So now we have Ankita, the microphone is all yours. You have the stage. We are eager to listen to you. Welcome, Ankita.
Thank you, Dr. Sharan. So today I am bringing to you a slightly different outlook towards the impact that we have on climate change. Something that as an architect I feel deeply about, and I just want to bring attention to this point of view as well. I am so grateful for this platform, and I hope that what we speak about today leaves certain things for you to think about as well. A lot of people here are talking about agriculture and green, thoughts, which is great. So this is my contribution to your thoughts as an architect. Again, thank you, Dr. Sharan, for giving me this opportunity. And I am really looking forward to having some discussions with all you esteemed, experienced people all here.
Pleasure, Sankita. Feel free, give us new insights. We are all eager to listen to you.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Sharan. I shall now share my screen. Please do let me know if it is visible. Just give me a quick second. Yes, you guys can see, right?
Yes, we can see everything is there.
Great.
So, Ankita,
So
if
when
you
we
put it on a
discuss
slide
climate
mode,
change,
Ankita, if you put it on a slide mode, it will be full screen.
sure, just, yeah, there, I will just go
Look
ahead and
clean
do.
and tidy. And the first screen, is every building is a climate decision. So you got a slide show there, just click it in.
Just give me 1 second. I'm just adjusting this to full screen mode.
So Sudhir, we've had wonderful sessionists and people, and shortly we'll be going to USA where Sharon Rose is waiting. She actually lives on the mountain and grows everything. Yes, now Ankita is a full screen. The next 10 minutes are yours. Please carry on.
Thank you so much. So when we discuss climate change, we usually talk about transportation, we talk about industry, we talk about waste, and rarely we talk about architecture. Because every building we design becomes a long-term environmental decision. It influences how much energy is consumed, how comfortable people feel, how much water is used, and ultimately how our cities perform. Now, if we look at with the amount of climate change that has been happening recently and the floods and everything, I think it'll hit the mark what I'm coming from. So today I'm exploring a very simple idea, right? Every building is a climate decision. We inherit decisions. None of us are decisions. None of us designed the cities we were born into. We inherit them. We inherited their streets, their buildings, the microclimates, their strengths, and their mistakes. I stay in Bangalore, so every monsoon season, I am living with the mistakes that were done by the previous generations of architects and urban planners in my city. In the same way, future generations will inherit the environment we create today. Architecture is one of the few professions where the consequences of our work are inherited by the people we will never meet. So, building outlive us. A building is unlike almost anything else we create. Phones are replaced, cars are replaced, technology becomes obsolete, but buildings, they remain. Some of the buildings we design today may still be standing 100 years from now. That means the environmental decisions embedded within them may continue influencing generations long after we are gone. So some of the people here are living in cities like London and US. So when we look at our histories, how rich they are, right? Some of the most identifying landmarks are the buildings. Rarely is it a tree or a statue. mostly it's buildings that we've recreated, right? We've created. So coming to what we are talking today, what causes the climate change? Let me ask you a question. When people think of climate change, what comes to mind? So there are cars, right? Factories, plastic waste, agriculture, right? Rarely does architecture enter the conversation. Yet it should, because 40% of the carbon emission is contributed by the buildings. Just think for a second, take a pause. 40%. The number should make us all take a pause, right? Every building we design becomes a part of this number, which means every project is already a climate decision before construction even begins. I am not here to talk about sustainability. I am here to talk about responsibility, right? Invisible energy systems. Now, we often think about buildings as objects, but buildings are actually systems. Every wall, window, the roof, every orientation choice influences the energy demand. What looks like architecture from outside is often an energy system operating on the inside. The consequence of the single line. So I wish there were a few more architects here. Maybe they could, I'm just again going very core to my architect's thought process. And the minute I pick up a pencil and I pull a line to design a building, this is the most important impact I will have on the decision that is going to impact my environment. The line drawn on tracing paper seems insignificant, but the line determines the orientation, the massing, the openings, the shading, the ventilation. A line becomes a climate outcome. The future of building is often decided before even the first brick is laid. So it is very important when we talk about choosing our architects. If you guys, any of you are thinking about making your own home, please think about who is designing for you, who is actually intelligent enough to understand all of this for you. So now, the process, right? It is a very familiar journey. The sketch becomes a structure, the structure becomes a building, the building becomes the environment people live and work in. There's a very interesting part here. The design phase might last only a few months, but the building will operate for century. It can. It is built like that. We have a lot of examples where India is such a rich history, historically rich country, right? And when we talk about Ahmedabad, we talk about the beautiful temples of Madurai, or we talk about those amazing deep wells of Ahmedabad. Those are century old buildings, and they are so spectacularly designed. So it is the shortest phase that I'm talking about right now, the design phase, yet it has one of the most impact in the entire environment that we live in. So here's a thought process that I have, right? And the architecture begins with the sun. Before, architecture was about style, it was about survival. Builders first had to understand the sun, where heat enters, where shade is needed, how light moves through spaces. Good architecture begins with climate. Everything else, it comes later. Now, comfort before technology. Human comfort existed long before air conditioning. For thousands of years, people lived comfortably in hot climates, not because they had machines, but because they understood the design. They understood cross ventilation, the thermal mass, courtyards, shading. Passive cooling is not an old idea. the timeless, it's the timeless one. So basically, all of our architects, right? We strive to design intelligently. Sorry, I'm a little overwhelmed. Until and unless we understand these core basic knowledge, we will not be intelligent designers. We will not have intelligent buildings. We will only have glass shells. Now, smartly, South India already knew this. We look at traditional South Indian architecture, we will find extraordinary environmental intelligence. The Chettinad courtyard, it's not just beautiful, it is a climate control device. Just let me go back to the previous, sorry. Sometimes innovation is not about inventing something new. Sometimes it is about remembering what we already knew. These buildings managed heat, airflow, comfort long before sustainability became a modern concept. Climate was the architect. Traditional settlements were shaped by climates, by the wind, by the sun, by the shade, by comfort, by the river. If you know the around the Nile River, the entire Egyptian civilization came around the Nile River because they understood that. They understood the importance of that. The Harappa culture, it came around because they understood the requirements. They understood what was required. They understood it and then they designed. Climate wasn't treated as a problem to overcome. It was treated by starting point of the design. Perhaps that's the lesson worth revisiting today. When we see trees, water bodies, and courtyards, we often think about landscaping, but these are actually the environmental systems. Trees cool, water moderate the temperatures, courtyards move air. Nature is not decoration. Nature is infrastructure. So nowadays, this is one of the things that, really intrigues me. It's one of the first questions I ask a lot of people when I visit older cities, sometimes in Kerala or the older cities like Chennai maybe. And, it's turning into identical, right? These, why are the buildings in Chennai increasingly begin to resemble the building in Dubai or Singapore or London for that matter? All that we see is glass boxes, right? But when you go back and if you visited Singapore, the entire street where you could make out that the Indian settlements were there because they are so traditionally built around India. Different climates have different histories, they have different cultures, yet increasingly similar architecture. Have we mistaken globalization to good design? And what are we losing when architecture stops responding to places? Design first, technology second. Sustainability is not a technology package. It is not a solar panel. It is not a checklist. It is not a certification. By the way, I am an IGBC certified architect, which is a green building certification that India has, similar to LEED that is known globally. So I know what I'm, when I say it is not a certification, it is a design philosophy. Technology should support good designs. It should not compensate for poor designs. You should not make a glass facade facing south where you have, in India, the sun travels from east to south to west. So that's the way it travels. So in summers or afternoon, the south is the most hot zone of the entire day, right? Imagine I've created a glass box or an intelligent building, as they call it, with a great glass facade facing south. What's going to happen? my AC bills are going to go high because it needs cooling. No matter how much double pane glass I'm going to put, the heat is still going to travel inside because I am not going to, the way I'm going to compensate for my poor design choices is by depending on the technology, increasing the tonnage. But it has consequences. Why don't we remember that?
Ankita, can you conclude now? We are overrunning.
Yeah, I'm very quickly done.
Yes.
One tree, one decision. Sometimes preserving one mature tree creates more value than adding an expensive sustainable feature later, right? Support biodiversity. And I know we are all talking about it. I am so glad that you guys are doing that. It is so important that we improve on that. We reconnect people to that thought process. Going back to the same thing. Here is the heat map of Bangalore very recently. It is astonishing when you see something like that. It is scary. Every city is a climate decision. We are cutting trees by the thousands. It's just not done for. I'd like to leave you with one final thought. We often say architects design building. I don't think that's entirely true. We design the future people inherit. Every line we draw becomes a decision about energy, the decision about comfort, the decision about resources, the decision about climate. Climate crisis is not simply an energy problem. It's a design problem. And design problems are our responsibility. So the question is whether the building affects the climate. The question is, what decision are we asking them to make?
Thank you, Ankita, for a brilliant presentation. You showed us so many new angles. I hadn't expected that an architect will be showing us. So thank you one more time. And now, Neil,
Ankita, can you stop screen share, please, so we can?
Yeah, I'm just stop sharing.
Yes, if you just.
So now
That's
we started with climate crisis, and I brought you three perspectives: Harpreet's, then Prashant's, then Ankita's. I hope we have done a fair amount of illuminating the landscape, and we have been proactive. At the same time, we took a street, a road where we have hope, we have tangible actions ahead of us. And so we are not just going to stare at the problem of climate crisis. We are going to do something, and we are going to do at individual level. So that's the message I want to leave you all. Thank you for the opportunity, Neil. Thank you, everybody, for patient listening. Me and my team of Harpreet, of Prashant, and of Ankita are very proud to be here with you, and hope we did some amount of justice of making the climate crisis not a problem which is going to leave us helpless, but a challenge as befits an individual to tackle and give our future generations a better place to live on. Thank you very much for listening to us. We are done. Thank you.
Thank you, Sudhir. And this is a perfect time then to go to USA, where Sharon is waiting with John. And John has been with the climate issues much before some of us were born as well. He has got an expertise and at a very senior level. Global namaste to you, Sharon, in Colorado, in America. How are you?
I'm good. Global namaste. I'm really thrilled that John is here with us today.
Yes.
Yes, you know, he coined the term environmentalism many years ago. Correct.
And John was actually one of the first person we brought on the environment episode 6 years when pandemic started.
Well, let me introduce him.
Please.
Pioneering ecologist, poet, spiritual teacher, Qigong master and Vision Quest leader, whose lyrical vision infuses ancient Taoist wisdom with contemporary expression. Founder of the Way of Nature Fellowship, he has guided thousands of seekers into wilderness since the 1950s through sacred passage programs, merging deep ecology with spiritual liberation. Author of Sky Above, Earth Below, and co-founder of Friends of the Earth. That's only a tiny bit.
Good evening.
And he's now working on a book, and I want him to tell you all about that. And you know, has just had a miracle of using Qigong and many other things to heal some challenging situation. And it's a miracle, right? And I'd say the Tai Chi and Qigong have been a big part of that. Right?
Yeah, been very supportive.
Yeah.
John,
So
you're looking cool. You know, it's been quite a while, so it's amazing to have you here. And you obviously are sitting on so much wisdom about environment, completely from few decades back to the current time. So it's all yours for next 10, 15 minutes, John. Just bless us with your knowledge.
I really appreciated listening to the sharing on climate change. I've been very involved with that myself since in 1963, I was part of a small study group that did a white paper entitled The Global Implications of Rising Carbon Dioxide Content in the Atmosphere, 1963. And that's now credited as the gathering that got the word out widely to on a global basis, because we get it reproduced in the New York Times and a number of media as well as scientific gatherings. And even back then, we knew that we were not working in harmony with natural systems. And our human systems were way out of balance with coming into harmony with natural systems. So I worked very hard I helped to establish it seemed to make sense to have a legislative process which could take a look at potential impacts from development projects on people and nature. And so we were able to get a law passed called the Environmental Policy Act, which required any federal project to have an evaluation of its impact on natural systems and on humans, both local and more global. And that Environmental Policy Act then became a model for many similar acts which were passed all around the world after the 1972 Conference on the Environment, which really got the environmental perspective out more publicly on a global basis. So I've been very engaged with that for quite a few years. We were able to pass Clean Air Act, Clean Water Act, Endangered Species Act, following the Environmental Policy Act. And all of these became expressions of how law could begin to defend nature. More recently, I've been involved with the Rights of Nature movement, where we just recently set aside a piece of land here in Crestone, which is a piece of land that owns itself legally. And it's based on a different interpretation of law, which sees lakes and streams and mountains having the capacity to own themselves. And then, of course, to make that work, you have to have guardians of these places that can be a voice for the beings of nature that inhabit these sacred places. And so I've been working quite a bit with that movement. We've got a piece of land we're planning to set aside. It's just basically a temple of the earth. And we hope that will become a model for similar things to be established on a planetary basis. I began to move, after doing all this legislative work, I began to see how fragile environmental legislation was with the shift of culture or political leadership. Many of these laws are subject to change or weakening. And so back in the early 70s, I began to see some of those signs. So I decided to shift into providing a cultural foundation for the environmental movement, which was based upon the ancient practices of many of the great mystical traditions around the world, to go into nature in solitude, and especially to a sacred place in nature, to connect with nature very deeply, and to begin to listen to the voice of nature to inform us on how to become better humans who are able to live in balance with the big family of all living things. And that became kind of the main current for my life since the early 70s. And since then, I've been working quite hard to provide a intercultural foundation for the protection of nature and providing a deep connection to nature, which then provides the wisdom and the insight to how to come back into harmony. Because once you've lived close to natural systems and you've heard their voices, you can begin to speak for nature as a coherent voice that is based on authentic experience rather than just some philosophical ideas. So I put people out in the woods for anywhere from a week to a month to sometimes 3 months. And their only instruction is to bond very deeply through deep relaxation and presence, to bond very deeply with the air, the water, the trees, the stones, the mountains, the watersheds, and all of the elements, earth, air, water, fire, space, and to bond with them very deeply so that they begin to have an authentic experience of being one with these different aspects of nature. And I actually have a meditation process where you focus on each one of your sense fields. We work with 9: sight, sound, taste, smell, touch, balance, and movement. The experience of energy in your chakras and meridians and vessels. And then, of course, the flow of emotions and thoughts, which are always changing in relationship to the other 7 fields of experience. So we take those 7 fields, those 9 fields of experience, and we explore how we can utilize working with them, refine them, so they become more and more profound levels of connectivity to nature. And then once we've accomplished an experience of doing that with each sense field in a sacred place in nature, then we follow each one of the perceptual fields back into the source awareness, which is at the foundation of each of the fields. At that point, it becomes a very liberating experience that points out source itself. And so in a nutshell, that's the kind of practice that we've been doing and providing for over 40 years now.
So tell us about your book and what you're up to right now.
Oh yeah, there's a new book in the works, which should be coming out toward the end of the year. And I can show you the title of it. Could be reversed there in the image.
Yes, we can see it clearly. It's
You can.
It's right way around, John.
Yeah. So that's one of the things that is in the works right now. And hopefully that'll be published within the coming year. The book itself is about halfway written by several of my students.
And you just led another passage.
Yeah, we just did a sacred passage, which is one of our core retreat programs to initiate people into an experiential connection with nature. I became convinced that unless we have the authentic experience personally of being part of natural systems and part of the family of all living things, that the foundation for legislation and these various attempts to change ourselves to come into harmony is an empty vessel, because we don't have the experience to receive the wisdom from nature about how to do this properly. So a lot of the work that I've been doing is based on things like Sacred Passage, where we spend a week of training and connectivity and how to be really one with the rest of life. And then second, a period of deep solitude in a sacred place in nature, where they can go through the process of bonding with all the aspects of nature in a deep and profound way. And then a third, final part where they come out and learn how to take that experience and integrate it back into their workplace, into their family, and into their community. And so far, we found this to be a profound experience of initiating a passion for doing something to protect the great family of all living things. And without that deep experience, it's very hard to develop the passion and the drive and the commitment and the dedication to accomplish the kind of transformations which we really need to begin to activate several years ago.
One of the aspects of nature that you talk about is inner nature, outer nature, and true nature.
Yeah.
And I love the, triple concept of that. So would you explain what that is?
Yeah, the outer nature aspect, of course, is this great family of life that we're all part of. And so a lot of our practices are about how to refine that connectivity, which has been lost. These days, we're surrounded by Wi-Fi fields, cell phones, computers, all kinds of AI devices. And in addition, we live in houses and buildings that tend to keep us separate from nature. So the outer nature aspect is one of the levels at which we emphasize how to reconnect, having lost that connection through our modern lifestyles. How do we reconnect authentically with all of the elements of nature? I mentioned you can break it up by earth, water, stone, or metal, air, wood, fire, air, and space is some of the elements that we use, elemental aspects. But we try to go through that refinement process in preparation and then for going into solitude and having a week to go deep each day, deeper and deeper and deeper into refining our connectivity or reactivating that. It's really a process of rewilding or de-domestication, because domestication tends to limit our perceptions and our capacities to make those connections with the rest of life. And living in cities tends to separate us from being able to live closely and intimately with the rest of life. So during this week, you regain that capacity to connect, establish a deep and loving connection with all living things. And then out of that comes the wisdom to be able to create new ways of living in harmony with life. Inner nature is the focus, especially on those perceptions, which is the toolkit for connection to both to outer nature and inner nature, for that matter. And so we work with refining that toolkit of the perceptions, and we also begin to work with the blockages and the obscurations that stand in the way of being able to deeply connect. We've discovered that a lack of presence and a lack of deep relaxation and capacity to let go into the flow of life are two key elements in being able to refine ourselves much more deeply. So a lot of the practices that we do have to do with deepening the capacity to relax and deepen presence and use those means to help us unblock many of the blockages that tend to lie in our mind streams and in our energy body and in our emotional bodies. And how do we uncover these shadows? How do we embrace them? How do we support their transformation and transmutation into positive life force aspects? we just did a 4-year training that focused on looking at each of the shadow aspects that we contain over the 4-year period. But looking at where do we hold these blockages and obscurations and contractions in the physical body, in the energy body, chakras, meridians, and vessels, of course, in the emotional body, in the mental body that holds many of these patterns and activates them, in the ancestral body that holds many of the patterns which are brought through and transmitted to us through family, both through the DNA RNA complex and through direct experience, passed along through the ancestral emotional patterns of blockage. And then we take a look at the way in which social media and cultural patterns are having a strong influence on us in modern times, especially strong these days. Then finally, we investigate the karmic traces, which are carried through from one life to the next, these fine traces, which determine your new life and the kind of processes that you're going to engage in to help transmute them so you learn the lessons of this particular lifetime you've been incarnated into. And so we work with each of those 7 levels, and I've developed a dozen techniques for transforming the blockages and the obscurations that lie at each of those levels, from physical body to karmic trace. It's quite a process. And we just spent 4 years doing that recently. And then having done that, we shift the focus to an interfaith approach to accessing that third thing that Sharon mentioned, true nature, which is really a general word to point to that level of profound source, which lies at the level of pure consciousness, pure awareness, which lies at the root of our being as humans, and also the beings of all living things. And when you go through the process of releasing the blockages and the obscurations, that allows you to have a much more direct connection to living things and to the elements, because you've refined your perceptual fields, which are the means by which you connect to the rest of life and to nature in general. And it also clears the way to having a little taste of your true nature, of your consciousness aspect of yourself. So the true nature aspect, we brought together in honor of quite a few of the great traditions that laid bare the pathway to that. And we take a look at the common ground of those traditions to see what they share as a kind of common ground approach to accessing source. And one of the main techniques that we utilize is, after establishing that deep connectivity through the perceptual fields to the beings of nature and aspects of nature, then we turn that around and we follow those sensorial experiences back into the place of deep origination and experience. At that point, it reveals the naked source itself, or naked awareness. It becomes a liberating process. So in a nutshell, that's how the 3 natures function.
It is such an honor and blessing for me to have John as my friend and to be able to bring him on the show. His immense knowledge that is deeply lived. It's not just, book learning. He had a lot so far. We don't know what's coming next, but he was worked opening, mapping out and areas that people had not been to, but worked with National Geographic. I mean, he's a real explorer on every level. Yeah. So I am so grateful that he would take the time to come on today and share his wisdom with us.
So
Hi, Neil.
I want to ask John one question. So many years back, when he got into environment and loved environment, John, do you at that time, did you ever thought that in your lifetime, the temperature on the earth would have increased? That the water will be scarce? In many countries, you can't get water now. You have to buy water just in your lifetime. Because prior to you, for several thousands of years, the earth has been there. When you were born, the population of the earth was only 2.5 billion. And now it is 8 billion in your lifetime, John. Did you ever think that we would explode that much into population and the temperature would literally change?
I had early visions as a young man when I was 4, 5, 6, and 7 of these kinds of things happening to the planet. So I began doing vision quest, where you go out into nature alone for 3 or 4 days, no food, no clothing, no shelter, no sleep. You stay in a small circle and you bond with nature. During those times, I received visions that the earth would be subject to tremendous catastrophes based on climate change. So even at the tender age of 4, 5, and 6, I was receiving those early visions.
And do you think we need to reset and literally think that in just 200-300 years, if we carry on as we are, we might not be able to sustain what we have done so far? What do you think, John?
I agree. I think we're just at the edge of understanding how serious these climate change issues are. For example, because the earth has already begun to warm, and we've not been able to harness our addiction to fossil fuels, we will have a warming of many of the temperate and Arctic areas, which is warming the permafrost. As the permafrost melts or warms, it begins to release methane gas. This is happening in Russia. It's happening all over Siberia. It's happening all over Canada. It's happening all over Alaska, and the entire Arctic belt that covers the northern aspect of this planet is now releasing methane, which is up to 25 times more potent a greenhouse gas that traps more heat. So we've entered into a stage where the existing warming that's already happened is about to accelerate dramatically. And none of this has been factored into the current models which we're using at the COPE meetings. So it's just speaking for a moment as a scientist, as an ecologist, I feel we're right at the edge of seeing the true impact of what's about to hit us. This methane release issue I cannot overemphasize how critical that is to the future of this planet. And unfortunately, most of our spiritual traditions, which have helped the native peoples bond deeply to nature, you find in every indigenous culture around the planet, deep traditions of honor, ceremony, and meditation that honor connectivity to nature. We've lost much of that in the modern times. So part of my job is to reintroduce these practices to help reactivate the passion for coming back into balance, which will take a variety and many different ways of shifting our behavior into coming back into balance. And I just mentioned one of these patterns. Another example would be in addition to the methane issue, or the AMOC circulation patterns and the other patterns of ocean current circulation. AMOC is the Atlantic Meridional Overturning Current, which moves from the tropics along the coast of Florida up along the east coast of the States, then it shoots over into Northern Europe. It provides a warming capacity in Northern Europe, keeps them from having very cold winters and having kind of a buildup of ice in general. And then that more cool current that's now cooled down by releasing the heat in Northern Europe, it moves back down at a deeper level, back down to the tropical areas. And in places like Brazil and Africa, it provides cooling, air conditioner effect of cooling the extreme high temperatures that are found in the tropics. So it acts as both a cooling for the tropics and a warming for the very cool areas of the planet. The signs are that now that these circulatory patterns, that's just one of them. There are other patterns that affect Asia and India and other parts of the planet, which are also subject to this shift, this change, which is happening through the weakening of global.
John, you mentioned India. Somebody
Yeah.
who just came from India just 2-3 weeks back is our Ulrich Berg. And this time, even he found it hotter. Overall in India, almost every 80 cities that were taken on a record had approximately 3 to 5 degrees more temperature at this time of the year than previous times. And not only that, here in London, in United Kingdom, in 1922, we had 32.8 degrees recorded in the tail end of May. And this year, we hit 34.8. So we broke over 100 years record. And literally everywhere, people are seeing complete different climate change. So one doesn't have to understand the science of the climate. In a simplistic form, at a consumer level, you can feel the heat. London is not designed to take hot temperatures because the buildings were built to retain heat because it's generally colder. And Ulrich, you were there in India. It was very hot this time, wasn't it, Ulrich?
Yeah, for me it was terribly hot. So I left India when it was 40 degrees. And 1 week later, my friends told me, oh, now it's 45.
Yes.
It would have been absolutely intolerable for me. Yeah.
Yes, the heat, it slaps you, it's just like when you go to Bahrain or Dubai in summer, you come out of the airport, as soon as the door opens, you get the slap of a heat off, and you just wonder what's happening. So John, from where you started as a young boy, taking interest into environment doesn't just mean temperature of climate, it means lots of things, to the fact that every human body understands climate because it's to do with our body heat and how we can react. In our lifetime, we are seeing massive changes, literally in our lifetime, in a span of, I'm talking about less than 100 years. I'm 69, Ulrich is not far from there. John, you are slightly ahead of us. Sharon is 77. Can you imagine in our lifetime, we are seeing rapid changes, and population in 1950, as I said, was 2.4 billion estimated, okay? And we haven't even finished 100 years and we've gone over 8 billion. How can we sustain? I mean, how are we going to produce that much food that is sustainable and organic, number one? Number two, when is human being going to take Earth seriously?
Well, of course, we almost everybody here in this gathering today probably has made a commitment to a positive transformation of our cultures to come into balance and harmony with the rest of living systems. I wrote a book in 1973. The title of the book was Ecological Principles for Economic Development. It was a book that laid out the basic principles of life, of natural systems that we as humans were being asked to follow. These laws, these principles, basic principles of how to come back into harmony. We knew these things decades ago. But the main issue is that the economic structures and political structures have not been ready to take those steps. Fossil fuel industry, especially, of course, has been a big block in being able to accomplish any kind of effective change on a global scale. But we're about to enter a period where everyone, including the executives of fossil fuel companies, are about to enter a period of such extreme difficulty that even for them, it's going to be pretty obvious. They better shift their resources into a more ecologically sustainable set of patterns. if we took some of the assets, if the major fossil fuel companies took steps to take their wealth, their resources, their assets, and began to shift it into a new energy pattern that they could still make some money at, like solar, wind, mini hydro, and so on, they would have the opportunity to maintain some level of decent economy, while at the same time really helping the earth come back into balance. But right now, the COP meetings are mostly filled with lobbyists for the exact opposite, slowing things down, preventing effective legal and technological transformation that we obviously need at this point in time.
John, I want to introduce you to Sudhir in India. Earlier, Sudhir brought a friend called Harpreet, who has got an ecological farm, agricultural farm, organic farm. And because you used to organize tours and trips with environment and ecology, at some point it'll be nice to take all of you to India, where this farm is so exciting, not only the fruits and the vegetables, the way they grow. And he did a quantum analysis. And Punjab, as you know, Punjab, the part of India, they're very much into farming and agriculture. Earlier, he was here on the episode. So maybe Sharon, at some point, you, Amrita, Sudhir and Ulrich are very good friends now because they're part of the science and tradition. So John, at some point, your followers and when you take them around in different places and different countries, I think you should visit this place in Punjab where this young guy, Harpreet, as a boy from 11 years old, because the responsibility fell on him, he took it to himself and grow, not just from environmental point of view. Today, he owns the restaurant, so he grows the food. He sustains the food. He also leaves some for the nature. So 10% of his fruits and vegetables are left for the birds to eat and animals to eat. Then he brings it into the farm. Sudhir, say hello. You know Sharon already. Say hello to John.
Global Namaste.
John was one of our first environment contributor that Sharon brought more than 6 years back. I think it will be very nice at some point to organize a tour and a retreat, maybe a 10-day retreat over there, not only to enjoy the farm fresh foods and cooking and yoga and meditation, but also with someone like John giving a visiting faculty lecture as to how he understands environment and sustainability. So Sudhir, at some point when because you'll be visiting America as well, you got a base there as well in California. So it'll be very nice. You keep in touch with Sharon and you, Amrita, and Anakul and Ulrich. When Ulrich does the homotherapy again back into India, it would be very nice to do a retreat, I think, where we have lots of people who have got common interest.
Beautiful idea. I would love to be part of that.
Yep. Sudhir, you heard what John said.
John, we will love to work together. There is a beautiful university there by the name Govind Vallabh Pant University of Agriculture and Technology. And we surely can make this happen, what Neil is dreaming. We can make it real. So let's work on it. What do you say?
I say, let's do it. I love the idea.
And Sudesh, John is reborn. He's reborn. He's now into a dynamic state of his life. He's bionically, decided himself that this phase of the life he is going to live and enjoy life as well. So I think it's a very good time, and he's very, very used to taking group of people, not just from environment point of view, but from ecology, study point of view. And I think Sharon equally, because Sharon is so well connected. She loves India. Can you imagine mixing music, art, environment, food, Homa and Agnihotra? It all goes together.
Certainly.
And Qigong.
And Qigong, yes. We can bring the Qigong factor up there into India, in a Punjab farm, we can do, Qigong over there, which will be very nice too.
Yeah, we're really looking at these days about the bringing into like yoga classes aspects of qigong, and the same vice versa, so that we take the most beautiful deep aspects of each and bring them forth. I always like to do that, as a teacher, where if it's even in dance, if I'm teaching something that comes from Kathak, then I acknowledge where it comes from. If it's modern dance, I acknowledge. If it's Middle Eastern dance, if it's African dance, it's all acknowledged to the traditions. And John and myself have had a lot of experience in different traditions. I have real deep roots, of course, in India, which forms the base of all my explorations I've done in many other traditions. I'm always looking for what we have in common.
And Sharon is quite remarkable in having taken such a deep dive into both Hindu dance and energy cultivation systems, and at the same time, a nice deep dive into Qigong and the Taoist arts of nurturing life. And so to be able to see how the two deep dives can honor each other and maybe even support each other, it'd be a wonderful adventure.
And Sharon has gone beyond just this bike culture. She has actually mixed African as well. She has mixed she has actually mixed so many varieties of it, and we'll see it through the music that will come soon and the movie that she has created, the Quantum Chi. So I think Sudhir, Ulrich, you, Amrita, Anukul, Honey, Sharon, our core team, which is behind the scene, who is working on this kind of stuff. It would be very nice to do a good touring retreat, educational retreat, recuperative retreat, and what more better place than including Harpreet and his farm and his area, because he had everything. Harpreet had the farm, the technology, the fruits, the vegetable, the restaurants. I think that could be a very beautiful retreat that we can combine. And Ulrich, you can spread the word with our Polish friends and the German friends, and from UK, Honey, I can tell her to group people from Africa, Minaben and something. Maybe next year at some point, let's plan this thing so that in a good month of India, this would be very nice to do a tour and a retreat there.
And we could also film.
Yes,
I like it.
yes.
Then
And
Sharon will
Neil,
go. Yes.
just a moment.
Yes.
Just a moment. Harpreet's farm is in Uttarakhand, which is beautiful place. Devbhoomi Uttarakhand, they call it.
So it's even nicer, it's a nicer zone.
Oh, it is nicer.
Yes.
1 hour from his town, Rudrapur, where his home and restaurant is, you will be in sublime Himalayan forests.
And it'll be easy to get there too as well. And the fact that Amrita is not far from Himachal Pradesh herself, at a Dharamsala place when she's there. So it'll be very.
Yes.
Ulrich travels all over India because he gives lectures as well. I mean, the last time when he was there, he actually did some experiment and he proved scientifically, the values of Indian knowledge system. So I think we've got so much things in common. So we will organize. So they will organize with our team away from the Zoom, because we are live into the public at the moment, and it'll be very nice. And John, you've been taking people around for a few years, and maybe it's time to start again and get the gang ready, whether it's Colorado gang or a Creston. You've got enough people in Creston who wants to travel for such kind of things. So I think it will be very beautiful.
It'd be wonderful. I took a few years ago, I took a group to Tibet and Mount Kailash and did a circumambulation of Mount Kailash in the Western Himalayan region. And I lived for 15 years in Nepal and Sikkim, Bhutan, and traveled extensively in northern India as well, helping with national parks and wildlife refuges in that part of the world, especially for tiger and rhino. So I'd love to be back.
Sudhir, I will leave it to you. I will let Amrita and other team know. I leave it to you. There is no rush, but let's plan it. This is the way to grow the family, and this is the way to do. And Harpreet would be a very good entity for this because he had the educational value, the quantum value, the practical value, and international knowledge. And Sudhir, of course, because you travel between the two countries and you are a consultant operator between this kind of agriculture and knowledge. What a beautiful things to keep in touch with Sharon, John, including earlier we had the guest that you had brought from an architectural point of view. Maybe Andrew can be joining them because he's from that side. So I think there is a room for expansion of private Zoom sessions. And it was wonderful today to meet everybody. And I will live with you, Ulrich, Amrita, Anukul, to organize something. And it will be beautiful to see all of you in India, where most of us have got some affinity. You heard what John said. 15 years he was in Nepal. So he was in that part of the world anyway. And it'll be nice to bring those affinities back into fruition as a global community.
We shall do it, Neil. And Neil, one thing before I forget, Ankita will like to have your feedback. So send it on Telegram so that I can share with her, because she was the last. We couldn't tell her what we thought of her presentation. So please share your thoughts on Telegram with me. Okay. And Sharon, let's do it.
I wanted John to comment on her, but she signed off. And it was John who made the best comment because he was actually listening to Ankita. And John was in this kind of thing before even Ankita was born. And
John, send it on Telegram, please. Send it on Telegram to me. Neil will give you my Telegram ID. Please send it. I'll share with them. We have to encourage this young blood. They are the inheritors of our tradition. Yes, Ulrich?
Correct.
Yes. And Ankita was on the right track because she was passionate about what she was talking about. So she came with the passion in it, and
I'll tell her.
In each section. So those kind of youth, those kind of young generation, we need them because they are today's AI generation. That if we can feed them with data of the past 50, 60 years, and if they can churn it around and bring it into this time, I think everybody wants to improve the world environment and earth as well. So it'll be very beautiful. I love you guys all, and wherever you are from, Sharon, if you can wind off and close off with the Gayatri mantra, then it'll be a nice close for today's session.
Remember last time we had 3 people each take, one round. Yes. And I'm wondering if our Lata, hi Lata, and Mita would also, we could do one round. We could start with Mita and then Lata, and I'll close. How about that?
I'm not sure that Lata does Gayatri mantra. Maybe Mita does. So Mita, if you can do the first verse. Lata, can you do Gayatri mantra? Lata, can you do Gayatri mantra? Okay, we can go. Mita, we can go with you if you do the first verse of Gayatri mantra. Sudhir, you can do the second one, and Sharon can finish with the third one. Sudhir, did you copy that?
That's not my strong suit, so please excuse me.
Okay, no worry. So what we do, Mita, you do the first, and Sharon, you do the second, third with Om and finish, okay? Mita, unmute yourself and start with the first Gayatri mantra straight away, please, because we need to close. So if you could unmute and straight into the Gayatri mantra, please.
Global Namaste. Om Bhurvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Naha Prachodayat.
Om Bhurvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo devasya dhimahi Yo na prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuvat Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo devasya dhimahi Yo na prachodayat. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
Thank you, Sharon. That was wonderful. It was beautiful. Thank you, Mita. That was very nice. Sudhir, wonderful to have all your guests. Ulrich, thank you as usual for joining in. You obviously got your Agnihotra episode coming soon, so that will be very beautiful. And please, Sudhir, you, Amrita, Anukul, get cracking with a retreat there in Uttarakhand. It will be very nice, particularly to take the indigenous people of different countries and show them the hospitality, the current style, Harpreet's style, your style, Sudhir, with Ulrich coming in the evening sessions of the Agnihotra and Homa, and Sharon maybe bringing evening entertainment with dance with the local people and herself. It will be very beautiful to organize that. I love you guys. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are from. Till next time on the Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen. See you soon.